Welcome to everybody who's in person in attendance, and welcome to our panelists. My name is Victoria Gao. I'm the director of the Bannister Art Gallery here at Rhode Island College. I just want to say first off, to those of you who are watching us live on the webinar, you can type questions into the Q&A section so that if you want to ask the panelists any questions, we'll try our best to read out as many of the questions as possible during the panelist conversation, which will take place at the end of each panel. Professor Sarah Picard will also be available in the Zoom webinar to help answer any questions about logistics that come up. So if you have any questions about how to turn on closed captioning or how to how to mute yourself or unmute yourself, you can always ask just in the Q&A section of the Zoom webinar. I also want to start off by thanking my fellow organizers of both this symposium and the exhibition that goes along with it, which is currently on view in Bannister Gallery. That's Rhode Island I.M.A.G.I.N.E.s, and that's going to be on view through October 29th. I also want to thank our sponsors, the Rhode Island College Art Club, Metalsmiths Club, and Artist Co-op for supporting today's symposium, as well as the AV team and the events management team for helping to make this possible so that we can live stream it for our online audience and record it for the future. I also want to thank all of my Bannister Gallery student workers who have been really integral in helping me install and carry out this exhibition, which has been a very long time coming. Our Rhode Island I.M.A.G.I.N.E.s Piece exhibition was inspired by Boris Bally's successful 2016 exhibition, I.M.A.G.I.N.E.s Now, which involved over 100 artists and launched at East Carolina University, traveling from there to Boston, Massachusetts, New Albany, Indiana, Louisville, Kentucky, St. Louis, Missouri, and finally to Santa Cruz, California. But it never made its way here to our home state of Rhode Island, the place where the show began. When Boris, Professors Diane Riley and Sarah Picard, and I started thinking about creating a new exhibition with a narrower focus on metal arts for our home audience, all the way back in February of 2019, we knew almost immediately that this topic couldn't be contained to just one exhibition. We wanted to create a space to have conversations about the very topics that guns and art made from guns bring up, from guns as an aesthetic object to the dire consequences of gun violence to promoting gun safety and education. So we reached out to our community of artists and activists to bring together all their different, unique experiences and perspectives in today's conversations. The symposium will be divided into 3 panels with the topics transforming material or guns into art, transformation of the self, and transforming political conversations through art. Each panel will start off with a keynote, followed by a 10-minute presentation from each of the remaining panelists. And then we'll have about half an hour at the end of each panel to just have some open conversation time amongst the panelists. I have a few questions that the organizers of the exhibition have prepared, and we'll take questions from the audience, both in person and online. With that, I'd like to introduce the speakers of our first panel, Transforming Material into Guns. Shingo Furukawa is going to start us off. He is a metalsmith and a studio technician at the UMass Dartmouth College of Visual and Performing Arts. He's also an occasional teacher and a participating artist in Rhode Island I.M.A.G.I.N.E.s. Catherine Rubery, who's joining us over Zoom today, is also an artist and participant in Rhode Island I.M.A.G.I.N.E.s Piece, as well as a Rhode Island College alumna. She retired as a senior master sergeant with a 30-year career in the Air National Guard, and then embarked on her dream of getting an art degree. She's proud to say that she earned that BA and is an alumni of the Metals Department of Rhode Island College, class of 2016. Timothy Lazure is a professor and area coordinator for the Metals Design Program at East Carolina University in Greenville, North Carolina. He received his BFA at Rochester Institute of Technology and his MFA at the University of Massachusetts at Dartmouth. Tim is best known for feeding large groups of artists at the ECU Material Topics Metal Symposium. Peter Diepenbrock has achieved a distinguished record of accomplishment as one of Rhode Island's most prolific contemporary sculptors. Diepenbrock holds a BFA and a BID in industrial design from the Rhode Island School of Design. He has exhibited his mid-scale work locally and nationally in prestigious museums and fine art galleries. His current public art practice has produced dozens of larger commissions, which can be seen publicly and in private collections throughout the Northeast. Current commissions that are underway are 3 bunny bikes for the city of East Providence to be placed along the bike path at Riverside Square, and a large suspended sculpture for the Hasbro Children's Hospital in Providence, Rhode Island. With that, I'll turn it over to Shingo.
My name is Shingo, and I'm known to make a technical difficulty here. Okay, I work mostly in kinetic sculpture, and in my kinetic work, I use found objects a lot, and I tend to stay away from the object that I use has to be carefully selected, because the object often becomes the focus of the kinetic piece, in which I try to create demonstrate the cause and effect of mechanical components, which there's the point where the cause and effect turns into the actual action, and that's what I call the point of abstraction. And so if the objects that I use, so no, it's okay. The object, it's always fighting with what the meaning of the object and the action that I'm trying to portray. And in that context, guns are very difficult object to talk about for me, because it is a very it's very dense things, and I'm a metalsmith, technically twice removed from the fellow gunsmith. And as a metalsmith, we kind of have to appreciate the guns as an object, the amount of engineering and precision and craftsmanship and research and development that goes into it's no matter what your opinion about it in the context of the society and violence, there's something about guns that we feel kinship towards. And also, as an object, I don't think there are very many things that's as perfect as guns. It's an amazing sort of personal killing machine is what it is, and it has reached some level of perfection. And the case in point is the movie guns. No matter what you do to guns, no matter how much you pile onto it, it's always recognizable as guns, because you can't really improve on the perfection. So how do we deal with that? Is as a material is a huge challenge. And then there's also that's only as an object, and then there's also the aspects of the social connotation that is attached to guns. You think you're looking at the AR-15 right now, but in reality, the part that's regulated is this bit. This is the only part legally considered to be a gun. And I'm trying to illustrate how absurd the our notion of guns and what the law thinks of it as a gun. And that has a lot to do with this man, Ronald Reagan. He's extremely unlikable guy, but he was this is Ronald Reagan stent advocate for gun control, actually. He signed 1967, he signed the Malford Act in California, prohibiting all display of firearms in public. And you think that, oh, that's great, but the only sole purpose of that law actually was to disarm the Black Panther Party. And that's 1967. And then 1977, there was the successful coup d'etat at the NRA board meeting. And it's called Revolt of Cincinnati. And basically the hardcore, I'm going to stick my dick in Second Amendment type of the gun nuts took over the entire NRA on that day. And at that point, the board member of the NRA was actually trying to get rid of the rifle part of National Rifle Association. So those two events really shapes the future of the laws surrounding guns. And that extreme NRA actually understood exactly what Reagan was doing and helps Reagan rise in the candidacy in run for president later on. So you can see that it's before we start talking about the violence and the victims and the racially motivated gun control laws and stuff like that. That's a really, really loaded object, and literally and figuratively. And just one more little funny thing from the metalsmithing point of view. This is technically, legally, this is the part that's considered to be gun, but this isn't, because this is called 80% frame, and this is completely unregulated, meaning it's only machined to 80% of the frame. So you can actually buy this without any check, and then you can take it home and you can machine it yourself to create the completely unregulated gun. And that is called a ghost gun. But anyway, so that's the kind of the background of how dense this material is. And what this is a piece that I made for the last round of the I.M.A.G.I.N.E.s piece exhibition. And what I was trying to do, and what I'm still trying to do with this new piece that I made, is I'm trying to focus on the sort of ridiculous fetishization of the guns in this culture. And I honestly don't know, how to reconcile that the weight of the object, because you have a range from on one end you can exercise the cliche of the guns as a expression of male prowess, to the other side, which completely reconfigure the gun to the point where it's no longer unrecognizable. And there's the range, and I just don't know how to really reconcile with that weight a lot of times. And one artist that I noticed that does really well is this Mexican artist. His name is Pedro Reyes, I think, R-E-Y-E-S. He makes the musical instruments out of guns. And part of the, obviously, is the cliche of the destruction versus creation, but also the other part that I'm fascinated by with his work is that the casual way he approaches the material sort of rips away all the baggages that Yang carry. And I noticed that you don't pay attention to the element anymore. You kind of see it, but you see it as simply as visual the shape that forms the whole thing, and then you'll be surprised that every single part of it is made out of gun. That was decommissioned. I went with completely different approach with my pieces, and that's probably because of my ego as a metalsmith, and I had actually nice little coda for this presentation until I actually put it together. That I realized I kind of like, I'm still working with morphing fixation and romanticization of the guns in this culture, but kind of failed. Like I just fixed the guns even farther, I think. And that was the unfortunate result of my attempt, so to speak. And I'll be honest, I just don't think I successfully tamed or shut the gun up in a way. So that's my journey of the transforming guns and kind of miserable failure. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Rubery, and as Victoria already said, I'm an alumni of the Ricks Metal Department, class of 2016, and I was very fortunate to see Boris when he came as a guest speaker and see the original show that he had done with the transformation of guns, and I found it very impressive and very thought-provoking. So when I was invited and then subsequently accepted to participate in this exhibition, I was very excited, and I actually immediately knew what I wanted to make, which was the butterfly. And the reasoning behind that is I think it's the most recognizable transformation from one thing to another. So when I was able to actually go to Boris's studio and pick the weapon that I actually wanted, I then began sketching out and designing my piece. I originally was going to do a sculpture, which is something I don't do. In my metals career, I've only made wearable pieces. So as I progressed with the sketches and the weapon and starting to dismantle it, it evolved into a wearable piece of art. And I think that the subject matter, as Shingo was saying and others, that the subject matter is very a hot point or a button for people, for everyone. So there's no one, in my opinion, the reason for making it the butterfly and calling it change is that there is no one answer for solving or reducing all the gun violence we're having, especially the mass shootings. And from the time I submitted my proposal to completing it, I don't remember how many more mass shootings we had. But as I handled the gun and listened to the news, it really resonated, and it made me uncomfortable at some points. So I think that, as I say, with change, everything takes time, and little by little by little, maybe we can move forward to a less violent society and less weapons on the streets. And I think that after viewing all of the different artists' work, which I found amazing and very thought-provoking, that maybe more people can see this in a different light and become more aware of how many weapons are out there and the destruction that they create, and perhaps become part of a movement or part of a society that does not want this to be their history. So I think that the way everyone transformed things gave it a unique perspective on a different aspect in life. So I'm sorry, I don't have slides to show you. so, and I don't have a whole lot left. But thank you.
A little bit of my work and then talk a little bit about the gun project that I did. I want to thank Boris and Diane and Victoria and Sarah for organizing this. We were lucky enough to have the first rendition open at the university that I teach at. So we had Boris' show down there, and I was very honored to participate in this one. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my approach to materials. And when they asked me to talk about material transformation, I was like, oh, that's fantastic. You know, I use all these sort of different materials in my work. And then I was like, well, how do I organize that? Because I think people think about materials in different ways, right? I was trained sort of a typical silversmith jeweler, right? I had a very hands-on kind of experience. So I learned jewelry, silversmithing, but then I got into woodworking, essentially. And this is me taking some wood out of my wood shop. Or it might be Norm Abrams taking wood out of his wood shop because mine was so horribly disorganized that I didn't want to take a picture of it. So I do some woodworking as well. I do some steel working. So I have multiple skills, and I think about these materials in different ways. I'm also using a lot of found objects in my work, which it's sort of we're taking these things that we find or are gifted and sort of reconfiguring them in a way that you know, you can kind of change the meaning, change their history a little bit, or use the history for your work. So I'll talk a little bit about sort of more of a traditional, my traditional upbringing. I went to school at RIT and studied under Leonard Urso, so he was a big influence in that, in this part of my making. I did a lot for him. These are a few projects that I worked on. And again, you can kind of see sort of very traditional silversmithing hand skills, right? This is sort of my comfort zone. I love some hammers and stakes, sort of my wheelhouse of working. You know. And what you can do with just hammers. So these are some vessels that I like. And when I'm thinking about like this type of materials, I'm thinking about the malleability of metal, right? You can take a flat sheet of metal, hammer it up, alter it, change it, fill it with pitch, put surface decoration on it. And so these pieces, they might not be really weld in content, but they're living with lots of history behind them. Casing repoussé is also a really kind of fun activity, again, transforming materials, bringing up texture. Talking about found objects. So this summer, right when everyone was sort of vaccinated, we had an outdoor soiree, and I hadn't seen Alan. Alan actually taught me, Shingo, and Diane. He was one of our professors, and he along with Robert Evendorf and Steve Whittlesey sort of got me interested in found objects. But as we were having a couple of beers on the porch, Alan said something to the effect, he was like, you know, if I had a superpower, if I could have any kind of superpower, you know, like imagine those things that, you know, I'd like to fly or whatever. He says, I would like to know the history of an object, be able to touch an object and know its history. And that was pretty poignant. And I think the history of found objects can affect how you use them and why you use them. And all three of these people are known for using, Steve was a wood professor at UMass Dartmouth. And I was lucky enough to teach with Robert Ebbendorf for about 13 years or 14, I can't remember. And he actually taught two of my professors. So it was and he's very known for found objects. But, and like, this is just a selection of some things that I pulled out of multiple drawers that I have at home. And so when I approach found objects, I look at its history, but I'm also looking at color and shape and how I can manipulate that to bring different connotations, right? I'm often just arranging things and designing things, putting things next to each other, right? And then creating work out of it. So, like this is sort of a brooch series I did at one point where sort of, I guess, self-portraits a little bit, or portraits of people. And so I'm using, some dental samples to make people think that, bring them to sort of a figurative element. I'm using that found pod as a stomach. And so I'm creating almost like a little person and then little wheels for legs and one of them square. So it's kind of people sort of awkwardly making their way, again, using the timepiece to kind of emphasize that. Same thing with this. I found that little steel wire that had a squiggly, I believe it was some sort of mesh. And it brought me back to middle school and high school, thinking about, the history classes where they had the timelines. So I put the little silver slats on there and then little gemstones. So it's sort of making your way through life and the little gems that you find along the way. And again, using that found object sort of as a starting point. Found objects can also have very sentimental value. This was a nail that was from their first house that former students of mine bought. And so they gave that to me and I made them a wedding band out of it. This is when I first started dating my wife. We went on a couple dates. So I knew her for about 2 weeks. And then I left for Italy to teach a class, to teach a semester. So I left for 2 or 3 months. And so we corresponded via email. And this is a washer that I found in Rome. It's an authentic Roman washer that I found on the streets. And so I made that up there and gifted it to her when I came back. I was asked to go back to Italy. And so went back to Italy when she came to visit me. This is a nail that we found in Pompeii. And so this became the engagement. So it was, again, objects besides, it is just a nail, but it can also mean something. I also do some larger work, and so I'll use materials to kind of reference certain objects. Right? So this piece here, this is something that I was in the basement of Purchase Street building, which is former UMass Dartmouth, where our studios were. And so this came out of that piece, again, referencing material, shape, and then this piece here, I was looking at water towers and Fabergé eggs, and you can kind of see the visual connections with that. This piece here, I was sort of researching, amputations and the history of prosthetics. And so I made this piece where I took a wagon wheel and started adding all these things. So I look at materials, again, I was looking at some of the older prosthetics, and they were often made with wood and little leather straps and some steel. So using material in a way to reference all that. Now, this is the point of the presentation where I wish I was more like my students. The students often will be taking pictures, which I should be doing, of the progress of their work. So they'll photograph in different stages. I didn't do that with this. So I just got a couple slides of the piece that I did for this show, but I'll talk to you about why I chose the materials and the idea behind it. So it's obvious. It's pretty obvious with the meaning of it, where I'm created a shovel to kind of represent like all the children that we unfortunately have to bury every year. So I wanted the gun to be a gun, so I didn't do much to it. I stripped it down. I think a lot of the first step for a lot of our artists is to make our gun look nice, because we get them decommissioned, so they have welds. Everyone I know always grinds off the welds or tries. I made a holster for my first one, and I covered the welds with a holster. But this one, I kind of cleaned it all up, took the handle off, and blackened it just to kind of again, sort of emphasize the sort of sadness that can happen with guns. I next, you look at the handle. Again, I wanted to read it as a gun, so I actually fabricated the wooden slats on that handle. I chose to set 229 stones in the piece, which represents, it was a study, and I'm blanking on who put on the study, but it was a study that for on America, the kids, I think it was a 3-year average of children under 12 and under that had passed because of gun violence. So I set a gemstone to each one of those. And so I wanted to put them both in the handle and in the shovel. So in the handle, I actually carved ebony. And so that was just chosen because of the color of the wood. And just because I had a box full of ebony, because my mom used to work at a knife factory and I got some seconds, and so it worked out perfect. So it was actually sort of recycled material in some ways. And so I wanted that. So that was all hand carved and shaped. And then all the gemstones were heat set and set into the handle. And then I wanted to make a shovel. I knew I wanted to serve the set. So I went back to sort of my traditional background with silversmithing and chose copper, which is very malleable and pretty easy to shape and form into the handle. And so that was my project. And you can see the handle of the shovel. Traditionally, they're made out of wood. So that was turned wood that I had turned. And then I need to kind of create some sort of transition. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. My name is Peter Diepenbrock. I think it'll take a minute for things to queue up. I'm going to start with a 2-minute video that was produced around a public art piece that I did here in town called Clockman, just as a way to sort of set the stage to kind of the contrast between an academic gallery-focused exhibition and the public realm itself. So as soon as it queues up, do I push something, guys? But the challenge also is to keep it in 10 minutes. So I'll keep my other comments relatively brief. So I think I'll let Clockman speak for himself.
My name is Peter Diepenbrock. Thank you. Creator of Clockman. Just want to take a couple minutes to kind of give you some of the background, the story that led to the creation of this icon. So when I pitched the Clockman, actually I first thought of it as a man pushing a big gear, foundry gear, and then I recognized that it could be a clock. So the ideas sometimes come quickly, but not always. With the development, that took quite a bit longer, maybe 18 months, working out the details, working on all the gesture and the push and the feel of the guy. It's a bit of a tribute to the workers. There used to be all kinds of workers, a whole community of factory laborers over the course of maybe 80 years. So the idea, it's kind of an act of liberation, pushing the clock, pushing time, kind of just saying, you know, who's in control here. So when we had the opportunity to actually showcase Clockman in the rollout party, it was perfect. It was they were having a big fundraiser at the Waterfire Center. Barnaby Evans used to be an artist in the same complex back in the Foundry days. And so it was great, and people just loved it. We had this great sort of moment when the unveiling was able to happen. And then followed the very next day with the installation. Everything went really well. It fit perfectly. Yeah, the beauty of Providence really is it's a quirky town, but it's a wonderful town. It's very arts forward and has a design sort of sensibility, and its history is pretty remarkable, really. And the complex is a big part of that history throughout all the years. So now, you know, we have this opportunity to place an object that becomes an icon for a city, and is going to be seen by hundreds of thousands of people now, just driving through Providence, and there's Clockman, sort of a new icon on the cityscape. Thank you very much. I'm Peter Diepenbrock, creator of Clockman.
I want to thank Eric Latek, who's the producer of that video. He's a local filmmaker and just brings richness to whatever it is he covers. So the gesture of the clockman, he's pushing a clock off the top of a building. And it's sort of this, in that context, it's sort of saying, like, time is a really big thing in our lives, and the power we give to time and how we use it as a construct to break up our minutes, our hours, our days, our lifetime into these pieces. And you have to ask yourself, like, that's what I meant about who's in charge here. It's like, who's in charge of our own sense of time, our own sense of place in this world? And so that's sort of the bigger question of it. And then the other is just how that trickles down to the actual laborers and the workers in factories, who they clock in and they clock out, and how aggressively their life is boxed to some extent. So that's a piece of, it came about really as a visual joke. I sent it as an email image to someone who was saying, Peter, we need to get you into the complex to meet with the owner. This is the leading partner, and he says, anything I say is a bad idea. So I'm not sure how to make that happen. So he's being very self-deprecating. So I started putting a video, a slideshow together, thinking I was going to be pitching my own sculpture to the foundry. And at the end, they're like, yeah, we're not really interested in art, but we like that clock idea. And I was like, floored. I was like, really? So we went from a basic idea to this piece that now sits on this building. And so I'm going to go now into the more close at hand subject matter, which is the subject of the guns. And I do need to thank Boris for twice now presenting this context and really forcing me to address a really difficult subject. And so in the first case, it was a single gun that I chose to basically just glorify it, because in some ways it's like, why is the gun so important in American society? What is that? And I'm still completely puzzled as to what it is about the American society that is so obsessed with the gun. So I call this American obsession, and it's sort of saying, why is it almost a trophy object in our psyche? So it was gold leaf, created in the most precious way to kind of make it, and then suspending it in a resin box surrounded by bronze. And in the sidewalls of the box are mirrors. And so whenever you stand it in a room, use the bathrooms where the mirrors are on both sides, you see the infinity effect. So it's kind of saying that this singular obsession goes on forever. And, again, what is that? So in contrast, it's sort of like, we're in an academic fine art realm right now. So we're actually kind of talking to ourselves, or at least our own audience, to some extent. I mean, how many people here have a gun? Actually, quite a few. 1, 2, 3, 5. So half the people here have them. When I went to the hardware to help them, help cut the glass in the mirror, I said, this is for a gun protest piece. And the fellow bristled. He's like, you could just tell. He goes, listen, my kids have guns. I teach them how to use guns. We clean the guns on the kitchen table. Totally respectful. And so the whole concept of an academic challenge, you can just see it. And I was just sort of like, yeah, whatever, I get it. This is just an art piece. And then I came back and I teased him. I said, yeah, but it's been in 5 museums since I showed it to you. It's like, what? In any case, that was the first time around. Now this time, a lot of what I do is repeating a single piece of material thousands of times. So it's this kind of repetition of elements. So the use of many, many guns into one singular piece is closer to what I typically do, take 2,000 washers and weld it into a form. So in this case, Boris was close enough and kind enough to let me raid his arsenal of guns. And so I brought back about, I don't know, probably 2 milk crates full of guns and spread them out all over the floor. Started to think about how to assemble them. The armature is a 3/8 steel rod form that I'd already had in the studio that needed something more. And I thought this was a good opportunity to sort of dress it up with these guns. And to me, I retitled it actually. I just had to save it as a Vimeo for this next little clip for this presentation. So I call it now Where Nowhere is Safe, or When Nowhere is Safe. So it's kind of like this idea when you confront this piece, it's, in my mind at least, a three-dimensional Gatling gun. If this thing's in the room, if it's loaded and it's going off, there is nowhere that you can get away from it. So it's to me, it's a very dark subject. Now this is a video, hope it'll play. No, it has no sound quality. In my feeling towards that image, that to me, that video captures the mood that I wanted the piece to have, which the piece itself doesn't really have in the gallery. You know, it's like the Death Star. It's sort of like, you know, I'm not glorifying the guns in any way possible. It's just like it's part of this, to me, an insidious thing in our society where the gun is proliferating everywhere. And it's like, what is that obsession about? What is the point of it? And I was kind of saying, okay, yeah, but what's the other audience who believes in guns and believes in self-ownership of them? And I was kind of thinking, well, okay, it's very personal. Like, you cannot tell me not to have my gun. I want to have a gun. This is my right. It's born into the fabric of our society. It's probably been glorified by the Western sort of expansion. And I was thinking, well, okay, so it's very personal. Like, you cannot tell me I can't have a gun. And then, of course, you see it. People can have thousands of guns, and they do, but not all of them. And so it's like, okay, if an artist was said, you can't have a paintbrush, and you say, well, wait, I'm an artist, I get to have a paintbrush. And the government says, no, actually you can't, because there's something about your paintbrush that we find very threatening to society. So you can imagine some governmental policies could do that. And you can see why an artist would suddenly see the paintbrush and the gun maybe in the same light. You say, this is something that's part of my identity, something I deserve to have. So this panel, now this is a shift. So that was a one-off fabricated sculpture for the context of this exhibition. So the scale and sighting was considered in the making of the piece and it's meant to turn. This panel is the other part of the presentation in the gallery, and it was done I used this opportunity to put into physical form what was a paragraph. So I had come up with this concept, proposed it to a foundation here in Rhode Island, where there was a $300,000 grant that was going to be given $100,000 per year for 3 years. I thought, well, with that kind of funding, this kind of project would happen. And so I pitched it, it didn't win. The point of the pitch was that to try and come up with something that would do the greatest benefit for the most people in the state. So this panel is still confusing if you look at it. And in fact, I meant to ask Victoria, the statement that goes with it should be on the wall next to it. I think I submitted that. This has been such a long run, right? We've all forgotten what our own work looks like. So this is a very public attempt at something that has volume to it and has a potential large format impact versus a singular piece in a gallery. The idea being is just to do a really ambitious gun buyback program. Scott is in the audience here today, and Scott knows a lot about this sort of thing, and as does Boris, going back for 26 years. The idea is like, we don't just need a few guns off the street. What if we could get thousands and thousands and thousands of guns off the street? It's almost like you could drag a magnet through the streets of a city, and all the guns would suck out of the houses and get stuck onto this magnet. And if this magnet was on a truck and you just drove it through the cities and then you drove it across the country, out come all these unnecessary guns. So they'd be collected in mass, they'd be gathered in some sort of an environment. So I chose this, well, like the steel yard where you could stage this sort of thing. This is the process of collection, fabrication, transportation, submersion, and commemoration. So in some ways, this project is about transformation. And I think about my own piece, the gun piece was more about confrontation, just like take a look at this situation. Whereas this is making some attempt to actually transform. So this is basically an aerial site of an urban environment. It could be anywhere. This is a fictitious piling up of thousands and thousands of guns. This is the organizational aspect of that, getting ready to sort of transform the collected guns into something where you'd have the police involved and you'd have various different, hopefully younger people or even people that have had gang violent histories to be involved, and then fabricate those gun elements into something of some tangible form, which could be really nothing, or it could be something that has some sort of a reference. And then taking it, at one point I'd say, let's bring it to the federal government, let's put this thing on display after driving it through all these different communities, just to make a point, and then to submerge the piece into the ocean to create an artificial reef. So that was the attempt. And it's almost also that if you imagine the collecting of the guns, you're also collecting the grief that comes from the gun violence that has, occurred in people's lives. Like, what do you do with that? That's basically the range of what I came here to present. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all of our panelists for their really fascinating presentations. I'm going to start us off. I have a few questions that the organizers of this exhibition have put together. So why don't we just start off with those questions, and then if anybody in the audience has a question, just feel free to raise your hand. If anybody on our webinar has a question, just feel free to put it into the Q&A section of the Zoom webinar. How did the value and or the meaning of the gun transform for you as it became your sculptor? And I think all of you have touched on this a little bit as in your individual presentations, but I want you to dig a little bit further. How did the actual meaning of the gun change in your works? Shingo, why don't we start with you?
Sure. That's probably the part that I really struggle with, because like I said, guns are really dense objects and we have so much meaning already, and I don't think I successfully changed it. It's a healthy thing and we should still sell it. So I can't say, I have successfully changed it in that sense. But
That's okay. What about you, Tim?
Mine, I guess, again, I didn't want to hide the fact that it was a gun, but it literally became a handle with a shovel. So the transformation of it would be, it's sort of cause and effect, right? You get your gun, which causes death, you have to bear it because of it. Pretty straightforward, it's not that hard a concept,
Peter?
Well, Tim, I just want to say, I thought you were suggesting swords to plowshares, and that the shovel spade was for gardening. So that was the kind of the other view. I didn't think of burial at all. I think for me, in some ways that the gun as an iconic thing is so powerfully stabilized in so many ways. It's to transform it. I'm not sure I transformed anything, but I guess I've been left more puzzled by people, and that really it's the guns are the objects, and I think if you have too many of them around, accidental shootings happen, or accidental intentional things can happen more often, and that's a huge problem. But I still am puzzled by the level of the capacity for violence in human beings.
I think your interpretation of Tim's work leads perfectly into our next question, which is, how do you think that the viewer or the viewing public will see this object differently than you do? And the other way around, so I'm going to start with you, Peter.
Ask that again, if you don't mind. Like how the audience would.
Yeah, I guess so. How open are you to different interpretations from the audience? And what do you think the audience might take away from seeing your work installed in the gallery space, as opposed to the way that you initially how to install it in your studio.
Well, that's the age-old question, right? It's like, you know, as an artist, you make it and then you have to let go. And then if you can find out what people think, it's always better. A lot of times we never find out. You know, there's just not an opportunity to say, well, what do you think? And I was asking Boris, what do you think? I haven't seen you in a long time, you know? And he goes, yeah, you didn't need those ones. And I'm like, okay, yeah, good point. So I think it's, well, if I had a specific question, if that panel communicated what I explained the panel was meant to show, or if people were just like, oh, interesting collage, I generally get the idea that it has something to do with guns in our society, but I don't know if it was sequentially understandable.
What do you think?
Well, I'm kind of hoping that they read it the way I made it, but apparently, you know, there are lots of different interpretations. But I would hope that that people would see that guns can cause this type of, you know, activity, and you know, I'm torn between guns myself. I was brought up not being allowed to have guns in the house, so which I don't regret. And I didn't understand it at the time because, you know, I would go to my friend's house and she'd bring me guns. And my father didn't mind that, but my father was drafted into the war. And he's the guy, I remember really admiring a picture of him in the war, because him and like two or three other people had a peace sign. They put it on their chest made out of zinc oxide. And they put it on there because, you know, they get tan and it would piss off their sergeants. So, you know, so it's like I have this, and I kind of respect people who hunt, you know, to know, like, if you are an omnivore, to know where your food's coming from. So I have this sort of mixed relationship with guns, but I also think that I don't understand why you can, you know, you need to take a driver's ed class to get a license to drive, and you don't have to take a safety class to buy a gun, which I think bare minimum, that would be obvious. I don't understand why a lot of people don't think, they just think it's a right to own a gun without any kind of training, without any kind of instruction or safety training. But I'm hoping that people see the piece sort of as a cause and effect, especially with children who are, you know, they're in a, you know, in a sense, you know, they're usually not, they're not to blame. Most of them are accidents or.
And Shingo?
I think that's what I meant when I said I failed it. With it, yeah, I don't think it's very. To me, I look back, especially after seeing the presentation, and I was like, I screwed up, and this isn't quite working. So that you know, I think the interpretation of that piece is going to generate quite different from my experience.
And I don't want to forget about Catherine Rubery, who's our virtual panelist. So can we bring Catherine onto the screen? So Catherine, I'm going to pose more questions to you. So first, how did the value or meaning of the gun transform for you as you turned it into your sculpture? And the second question is, how do you think that the viewer, the viewing public, will see this object differently than you do?
Thank you. I think that as far as say the value or the meaning of the gun, the overall concept, and I agree with all the panelists that the devastation of gun violence, and it's a very, you know, I'm not sure if it's called political, whatever the title might be, and there's a lot of strong feelings, as Peter said when he mentioned someone what he was doing, the person got bristly. It happens with people I know as well. So sometimes it's a topic you don't even bring up. But as for myself, I had the idea of what I wanted to make, and then when we physically have the weapon in your hands, it becomes very real. and I've handled weapons before, having been in the military, but this was different in that this particular weapon probably was used for some type of violence. So now you're taking this and you're going to create something different from it and try and take away that sense of violence. So I think it did both, and it had a very weighty sense for me as I'm working with it, not just the physical weight of it, but just the idea that now this is finally off the street, but what did it do and what did it leave in its devastation? And I hope that when someone looks at the piece, they don't necessarily see it as beautiful or anything like that, but that how we can dismantle the guns themselves or removing them from the streets and things like that and do something else with our energy. And I realized as I finished the piece, whatever, that it actually has a duality of, I separated the pieces and moved from one transformation to another, but that the butterfly itself actually has meaning for people who have lost a loved one. And there's a Native American expression, basically, that a butterfly means you're closer to your loved ones in heaven. So I think as it moved up, it also, for me, gave a second meaning.
Had worked in our profession for over a year, and it's I'm a person who's never held a handgun in my life up until this exhibition and handling of these artworks, and so it became kind of inoculated for me for a long time because I saw them as art objects, and I saw them as these sort of beautiful creations as opposed to these weapons of violence. And I think sort of now that they're installed and now that I can see all of these works in context and through the exhibition, I'm reminded once again of the fact that these were functional weapons, that these were functional guns that probably did great violence at some point in their lives. I'm going to put in my 2 cents. Do we have any questions from our audience members and listeners today?
I'm just curious, Catherine, how do you feel about transforming from actually having to work on the time and part of the daily life and now to transforming it into art?
And I'm going to paraphrase that question in case Catherine can't hear you. But so Boris's question was, Catherine, you were in the military. How has sort of the experience of handling the gun on a day-to-day basis as part of your regiment changed to handling it as an art object? Catherine, can you hear us?
That's better. So as far as my time in the service, when I was handling weapons, there were specific times we were doing this, and it was all done with extreme safety measures in place, training each and every time you touch the weapon. So, and they were only in your control at the time you used them. Other than that, they were locked up by security people. So having got the gun I got from Boris, this wasn't used in the manner in which I'd always used one. So the idea that this had belonged to someone, and the gun I chose was a Derringer, which was small, and I think of that as being a weapon that a woman would use because they're small enough to hide or just the size of it. So I think that the difference between my having handled M16s, M4s, and 9mm was much different than my experience of holding this Derringer that most likely was used to kill somebody or cause harm in some way. So that was different than my time in the service. And from the time I picked up the weapon, and just before that, to the time we finished it, I can't count the number of mass shootings we were having. So as I worked with it and touched it, it became it made me uncomfortable, to be honest. And just the idea that this is still going on while we're trying to do this exhibition to promote a change in gun violence. So I hope that answered your question, Boris.
I had a similar sort of reaction in that when, I had so many guns from Boris, probably 100, and so many were so used. I mean, they were really handled a lot, and a lot of them had electrical tape or some sort of a tape wrapped around the handle itself, or they've been fixed, or they've been broken and then kind of put back together again. And I just thought, really, how used can these handguns be? And I know that there's a term of a throwaway. It's a cheap gun that you do intentionally shoot somebody and throw it down, and you don't want your palm prints or fingerprints on it. And then I thought there was this one particular gun. I'm like, it's so used. I'm thinking, is this guy, I'm assuming it's a guy, walking a lot every day, and he's got this thing in his pocket and he's shooting squirrels? So I'm thinking that would make more sense than shooting somebody every Saturday night at a bar. But it did kind of creep me out, just how used they were.
The assumption that they were used for violent crime, the pressure against buyback is that it's going to be given just a point of buyback. And one of the things, very kind of factual realistic points is that unused time, how do you put that in and how do you say? And that's kind of like one small thing to do with it. But the guns themselves, I think from full guns, from brand new guns, to folks that just wanted to use it for a gift, food or gift, and that's so some of these guns, I did have startup documents that were obviously used for a bunch of models, and guns for students and that have been used to make them fire more rapidly, but most of them are old military guns that are stored for grandfather guns or the fire. So they all have some kind of history, some story, but they're not necessarily our imagination to go, reality, the news tells us that this is going on, what's going on.
And for those of you on the webinar who might not be able to hear Boris, it's okay because Boris is going to be speaking in our third panel later this afternoon. Do any of the panelists have any questions for each other? Virtual or otherwise? Audience, yes, go ahead.
I left them really raw. Yeah, I mean, I maybe dusted them and then selected them sort of pretty spontaneously and then braced them right on there and maybe cleaned the welding dust. So they were left pretty raw. No, the craftsman, you have to kind of put them down. Put the file down, don't get too precious and pretty about it all. Yeah, sorry, Tim.
I felt obligated to really clean mine up.
I might find an anvil.
I think I sanded the handle with like up to 600 grit sandpaper, but that just might be the jeweler.
Well, no, actually, in respect to your craftsmanship and everybody's craftsmanship in this show, it's exceptional. And I think that's what was really inspiring for me. I mean, I haven't been around light metals exhibition like this in a long time. And the level of skill and execution that both of you have brought to your works is incredible. And everybody in the show, it's just, yeah. Yeah, it's really, really impressive.
So now I'm curious, Shingo and Catherine, like how much did you, so the original question from the audience for webinar viewers and a recorded audience was how much polishing, how many alterations were made to the surface of the gun in preparation for the artwork? And so Catherine, I'm going to go to you first. How much did you polish the surface or alter the surface at all?
On mine, actually, I did similar to the other gentleman. Basically, the only portions of the, actually, I didn't do any high polishing too. I really actually cleaned it, wiped it down. And then the parts that I replaced, such as the pierced out handle piece, those things I had the fine sanding on and polished to it. But the actual metal portions of the gun, I didn't do anything to, for the same reason. I didn't want it to become this polished, beautiful piece. It was that, with the exception of where I replaced things, as much of the original to be seen. So it's kind of a mix of the jeweler in me and the piece, it's the weapon itself.
And Shingo, you also transformed your work into a whole new surface. How long did that take? What was the process like?
It's surprisingly dirty when you get those things. You start grabbing it and cleaning it up and see what it's made of. And most of the guns in Boris's bucket is actually out of full metal, mostly. It's like interesting pieces, really. Like most of the guns in there is like something that you really want, and so it we use the core. I don't know if it's before that. And but anyway, so you start doing that, and then I was trying really hard to get away from that, serious looking gun aesthetic, and I was trying to make it look more like a toy, and so it's painted. Gold. I was going to have a gold plated, and then I just realized, oh no, that's way too serious. Let's just gold. So that was my process. I don't think I spent a lot of time dealing with the project tennis, but my aim was to just make it too clear.
If you want to do your question up here, if that's okay, then we can have you on the microphone. I can also repeat the questions from the audience. So. So the question, to repeat for the virtual audience, is how much of the gun was used in each sculpture? Like, were all of the components, like the springs, the triggers, like everything that was internal to the gun, was that also incorporated into the final sculpture?
So I make a little concession in the process of cleaning it really well. I actually made the gun functional. Yeah, the weld. Yeah, I didn't fire it or anything. So everything actually worked, and I used all the parts that I could, as much of it as possible, so that I don't waste it.
It's reminding me of a short little story. I had one of the pistols, and my daughter was coming to visit, and her boyfriend, who grew up in a tough side of New Jersey, I decided to fix one up, and it had been and I'm not sure, it wasn't welded in, it wasn't plugged. In any case, I took some PC7 glue and sort of rebuilt the parts that weren't working. And then eventually I'm like, wow, this thing's actually working. Click, 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 the revolver will return. And I gave it to him and thinking that it was kind of like a toy, The middle of the night, I'm going, wait a second, that thing works. I'm like going, that's not the intention. I mean, maybe it'd blow up when you shot one thing out of it. And so I got up that night and I went and found it and I decommissioned it with more glue. I basically stuffed it full. In the morning, he was so disappointed. He's like, wait, wow, man, that was what was cool about it. Click, 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 and the thing would turn. I'm like, yeah, but I'm not sending that thing home with you, like the potential functional gun. I recommissioned it, yeah.
As a disclaimer for our online audience, none of the guns in the exhibition in Bannister Gallery are functional. They've all been disabled. The exhibition is very safe. And Boris in the audience was saying that in the previous iteration of this exhibition, the artists were required to sign contracts saying that all of the guns were to be disabled and could not be made fireable again. Any other questions? From the virtual audience or from the in-person audience or from the panelists? Any other panelists want to comment on how much of the gun was used?
Sure. I used most of it. I did want it to be black to sort of represent mourning. So I did color it, obviously. And the only part that I really replaced were the handles. So I cut out the pieces of wood and shaped them to actually look like a handle. So everything but the handle. And I did get mine to kind of click and move them, but it does have a big steel thing attached to it, so it won't fire anything. And a rivet going through the barrel.
I have a question for the panelists. If you relished or resisted or even liked the subject that you're being presented with.
I think it's an important subject. It's hard to work with, especially like and it almost changed for me a little bit from the first show to the second show. The first show, I wanted to participate just because I've known Boris for years, and I thought it was an interesting project. But then all of a sudden, all these mass shootings were happening, and so that changed my approach to the piece that I made for this show, and it was a lot heavier.
I'm actually really amazed about gun control and the conversations around it, because I think it's actually, it's just basic, right? I mean, it's great. We take one gun off the street. Yeah, fine. But we in this country, we have more guns than color TV here. And for example, something like buyback program is great in concept, but I just don't think we are. I feel like the intention is right, but the target is wrong, and nobody's going to sign $1,500 AR-40 buyback program if we're not giving them enough money. And those are the people who are actually own majority of stuff. So I'm relatively amused about that idea of it. I think it's much easier to, or much more beneficial to actually develop better human beings than trying to control the object. my thought about it always is that the piece that I tried to achieve was instead of about the gun, but about that, like changing the process and changing the idea in how you are saying how we romanticize and sexualize the guns, and you watch the any like TV shows and movies and stuff like that, and I can't really find a good TV show that doesn't have shooting. And I just found that really ridiculous. So I think my aim was to focus on that instead of the all and the stuff. But like I said, I don't think I was very successful.
Catherine, what about you? Relish or resist?
If I recall, the question was, did it change for me as I was working with the piece, the way I felt about it? Is that what Peter had asked?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No, the question is really like, did you want to work on this project, or did you find it a disturbing project that you'd accepted to do?
No, actually, I actually was excited to work on the project itself. It wasn't necessarily handling the weapon itself. However, I was very impressed with the first show I'd seen with Boris, and I thought this is an extremely worthy and important topic to approach. And by approaching it through art and artist rendition, I thought this was a really marvelous way to push myself, because I don't normally work in sculptural or large things. Mine are mostly wearable pieces of jewelry, so they're small and dainty. This here was completely different for me. And then the topic, as well as the piece itself, as I had said, and it very weighty. And you can't not hold it or look at it and understand what it can mean or what it has meant. So I just thought that this was very important to be a part of.
I appreciate what you just said. Personally, I resisted it like crazy right up until the last minute. I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to come to this panel. I didn't want to make the gun. I didn't want to glorify it or attack it. I didn't want the karma, frankly, of these guns in the studio. So I came at it from like a kicking and screaming a bit. But I agree with the comment just made that it's a really valuable topic. And so it's just, we all have our comfort zones. So probably 99% of the time in studio, we make what feels good, or, what we believe in. So that's what's interesting is having a subject that's so contrary.
I think that's the really interesting thing about artists who try to make a statement, like who try to make a political statement or an ethical statement, is because you want to, I'm not an artist, so I can't speak to this. But as an artist, I can only assume that you want to make things that you love, that you find beautiful. And a lot of these works are very, very beautiful, but they're also kind of horrifying and very tragic. And sometimes whimsical. Like sometimes I find it a little bit whimsical. Even if that wasn't the intention, I think that's ultimately what I see it as. And I think it's that sort of multitude of all of those things, that sense of play that comes from a gun, but that sense of violence and that sense of weightiness, that I think all of those things come together in this show and in the gun itself. Great, so thank you everyone for sticking with us for our first panel. Let's give all of our panelists a big round of applause.
Thank you.
And for our webinar attendees, we're going to break for lunch until 1 p.m. And then we will resume the webinar at 1 p.m.
Hold on.
For our in-person attendees, you are all welcome to join us for lunch. Donovan Dining Center here on campus is happy to provide you with a lunch on the gallery. So they have all your names if you registered for this event, but even if they don't have your names, just let them know that you're here for the Bannister Gallery Symposium. I just ask that we maybe go in 2 shifts so that we can make sure to space out in the dining hall. But it's also a really beautiful day, so maybe we can all just, take a lunch to go and sit outside somewhere, enjoy the weather. There are tables outside. The gallery will also be open. I'm going to go open it right now, so it's going to be open a little bit earlier than usual. And so if anybody who's here wants to come see the show, you can just follow me to the gallery. And then we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock for the second panel. All right, everyone, welcome back. This is our second panel of the day for the Rhode Island I.M.A.G.I.N.E.s Transformation Symposium. This is panel 2, Transforming Self Through Art. And I'm going to go ahead and just introduce all of our panelists first. So Peter Tenney, who's one of the participant artists in the exhibition and co-created this fully functional water fountain installation in the gallery alongside Howie Snyder. Peter was born in Boston and raised in Hawaii. He has always been intrigued by both art and guns for different reasons. He worked alongside Howie Snyder, as I mentioned, to create an installation, and you should definitely come by the gallery when you have a chance and see the installation in person. Jennifer Boylan is an activist and volunteer leader with the Rhode Island chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, a grassroots movement of Americans fighting for public safety measures that can protect people from gun violence. Her focus has been on gun sense legislation and electing gun sense candidates. Lauren DelBrocco is currently pursuing an MFA in metal design at East Carolina University and received a BFA in metalsmithing and jewelry design right here from Rhode Island College in 2018. She is an artist, a food and squirrel lover, a devoted student, and an instructor. She's experienced working in the fast fashion jewelry industry and with precious metals as a bench jeweler. Scott Lapham is an artist, activist, and photojournalist. He is the founder and director of One Gun Gone, a multidisciplinary gun violence prevention public art project in which students from underserved neighborhoods in Providence participate in professional art making and marketing. The goal is to take one gun off the street, make artwork from it, and then sell that artwork to raise money and buy more guns off the street through a police-sanctioned gun buyback. All right, so first off, let's give our panelists a welcoming round of applause. Go ahead and get started with your piece.
Hi everyone, Peter Tenney. Sorry I was late. I got lost. I did not go. So I was born in Boston. I'm the youngest of 6 boys. And my life was not ordinary. I like to put it that way, because what is, perfect is not perfect when in my family. I was the youngest, so my older brothers used to have to look out for us, and my parents were just sick of babysitting at that point. And so smoking, drinking, stealing, hurting, drugging, shooting guns, it just came natural because I was just following the steps of my brothers. And through that journey, I took the hard road. I ended up getting locked up as a juvenile, getting out, getting locked up as an adult, staying in prison from my 20s until I was 30 something. And I can't say that I do it again, because I got a lot of life experience from my journey, and it wouldn't have produced the man I am today if I didn't go through the steps I had to go through to get where I'm at now. And it's the whole thing with the gun issue was from growing up doing the violent acts, robbing people with guns, and to have an opportunity to take a gun and use it in a different aspect appealed to me in my older age. And I saw my partner Howie, and he was making a piece for the last show. And I said, next time you get some guns, I want to be involved so I can show the community that being a person that used guns in the wrong way, I can now use guns in a proper way and try to get education out there to the streets that it's okay to have a gun legally if you are educated on how to store that gun, so no one gets hurt from that gun. People don't, feel it and be able to use it on other people. So to get that opportunity was something I jumped on. Like, public speaking is not my, something that I do all the time, but the chance to get my story out there and maybe help somebody is my goal. And so with the project with Howie, we went in there, we got these guns off the street from Boris, from Pittsburgh. And I just saw, like, back in the days, I used to use them guns for the wrong reasons. And I had the opportunity to take shotguns, which is, a gun of the streets, and transform it into something that people can, get solace and reflect on, as opposed to, dealing with the trauma that comes from the wrong use of those guns. And, so after doing this project and, the people I've met, and it's amazing. My journey to Rhode Island started in the early 2000s, and I was in the wrong place, wrong time, and everything was, looking grim for me. I didn't wake up happy. And after moving out of that area, and I had to go to jail because I got arrested for a gun, and I had to go do some time for that gun. And that's where my transformation started. I used to smoke, drink, drugs, steal. I don't do any of that anymore. It's been years since I've done any of that. I try, instead of hurting, I try to help now. I try to do everything opposite to what I used to do. Like, my instincts were always the wrong instincts. So now I don't act on my instincts. I take a minute to think before I do anything. And at that point, early 2000s, I had nothing going for me. I was on SSI, and that's what people tried to, that was like a dream of people. Oh, I'm on SSI, get $750 a month. But that wasn't a dream for me. So I went back to jail, got off the drugs, got out of jail, had an opportunity to go to a program, and only had to stay there for 90 days. I stayed there for a year and a half till I got everything. I didn't have a license, I didn't have a car, I didn't have money, I didn't have a job, I didn't have anything. So I took that opportunity to live in that program, and I tried to get a job. Nobody hired me because I had a gun charge. So my direction, it was pointing me to working for myself, what I do today. And that's the best feeling. I work for myself, and it's great. And I have a license, I have a car, I have multiple cars, I have a place to live, a beautiful girlfriend, a network of people that are all positive. And it's like this college. So I never went to school. I was in Hawaii. I grew up in Hawaii. So I never went to school. I just surfed and smoked weed and all that. So now I'm in college. I'm not in college right now, but I have been going. I got 16 credits. So, but I'm working my way into this college to UCRI. So it's crazy how my past is like always coming to places that I'm going to end up. And so I had the opportunity to speak here, and I'm like, yeah, this is awesome. So yeah, now I want to be educated. I want to help others. It's this journey I've been on. It's opened my eyes to, like, you could be here and have nothing, and then 2 years later, like, not have everything, but like, I wake up happy. I go to sleep happy. I have a network of people that just keep growing every day. I mean, yesterday, for instance, I was on a job and I met to other people, and they're like connected to other people I know. And so living in Rhode Island has become, I used to like it, but now I love it. It's like, it's small, and like people I meet, it's like I'm on a autopilot. It's like something guiding me to where I'm going, and I keep meeting all the right people in all the right places. And I'm trying to do all the right things. I'm human like everyone else, but I try to do everything the right way. And hopefully, through this piece of art that me and Howie made, people can, want to find out who made that, get some insight of why it was made. And, it was made for people to sit down, take a minute to reflect on whatever trauma they had experienced, whether it was gun violence, abusive childhood. No matter what it is, trauma is trauma. You don't have to be, me going to jail just to enjoy the kind of trauma I enjoyed. But anyone can experience trauma. I couldn't even begin to list how many traumas there are, but I want people to get an opportunity to sit down and just go through the motion of that fountain, and hopefully to help people. And I'm always here to help people, so I hope people reach out to me and get some. I don't know how much time I have. Yeah, so, yeah, thank you. Excuse me for interrupting like that, but so I, in my beginning journey, trying to find a job and all that, I connected to the Steelyard. It was a program that the re-entry people from the prison offered, so I jumped on that. So I went, I learned, I learned a bunch of things there. First of all, I used to be like the stubbornest person there is, like a rock. You talk to me, it's like talking to a rock. You get nowhere. And through that, this is one of our PhD neighbors. Through that journey through the Steelyard, a couple of teachers taught me that there's other ways to do things, not just your ways. There's all kinds of other ways, and so I embrace that. And now I realize that my way isn't always the right way. There's many other ways to do things, and by having other people help you get further in life. So this is a handrail at the Steelyard. That was. Yeah, no problem. But that's so me and two other artists who I've worked with on a couple projects. We had these round discs that were left over from another job to incorporate into this footbridge. And so we came up with that design. And that was an awesome project. A lot of work. It's not the greatest picture, but it's all them types of different sizes, and we had to bend everything, and they had to put it in with a crane. It's very heavy. Just two sides. Now, do I have a? Okay. Because I can't see nothing, so hopefully it won't know. Is this it? Do I have to point it? No problem. Technical difficulties. Yeah, so I did that with a woman and a man. It was the greatest because we all just sat down and were like, all right, how are we gonna do this? We just like any of you art students or people from art know that if you sit down with like-minded people, you can come up with craziest ideas. And yeah, we did that. This I did with the gentleman I did the other project with. Me and him made this bench in a park in Oneyville. one of them. Yeah, that was a great project to work on, and I love that sense. It was brutal, but bending them like that, but it came out awesome. Next one. Also comes with the dip bar for people to do exercises. Yeah, that was a great project. Another angle at the park. That's good. I mean, I've done a lot of people to go through all the parks around. This is at the Department of Administration. I also did that with Brendan, same artist, designer. It's a bike rack at the Department of Administration, one on each side, and there's one downstairs that has three pieces. That's a better shot of it because it's really awesome. Really got them seriously. Do that. This is on Hope Street. It looks crooked because I think someone hit it. Yeah, I have 8 of my bike racks on Hope Street. If you guys on Hope Street, the ones that are bright red are the ones I made. Yeah, you can see the track. That's by the 7-star bakery. Someone backed into it. But it's still operational. That's all that matters. People can lock their bikes up. That might be it. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't sure. I did a lot of projects with the schoolyard. So on the schoolyard, I still do contracts for them all the time, even though I'm like swamped with things to do. But if I have time, I always do projects like this for them, so I can drive around the city and be like, all right, instead of saying, I did this over here, I did this over there. I mean, I brightened up this area. You know, I do something positive for the city instead of, I haven't done anything negative for the city. My negativity is in another city, thankfully. I'm starting new. Everything's fresh to me, and I want to not only portray the image of who I am today, but I want to like live the image. You know, it's like people say, God's watching. So if no one's watching, people think, oh, no one's watching, but God's watching. So I try to keep that in the back of my mind, right, when I do things. Like this morning, driving to work, 5 o'clock. Woman's walking down the street, comes to my window at the stoplight. They open the door. It's like, I need to ride, I'm walking all night. Jump in. And then, I need to ride down here. Francis Street. I'm like, all right, I know what she's probably been doing all night, what she's about to do. And then she tries to steal stuff out of my truck while I'm driving, just taking my headphone, my truck out. Anyway, I drove it to her. That's the thing. I do that kind of stuff like every day. That's like, like someone sleeping in the ATM booth. I go home, get them a blanket, come back, give them a blanket, buy them a burger. Because when I was in that situation, others did that for me. And now that I'm on the right path, positivity is my encouragement, my goal. And I'm in a position where I can buy food, so I'm not going to give them money because they're only going to buy drugs and alcohol. I will buy you food. I'll buy you. I bought a woman sneakers, colleges with clothes for me. I give them to the homeless women out there. I'll do anything like that for you. Not giving you cash. Although I do give cash for it. But I'm in a position where I can do that. It's not going to affect me negatively. So that's about it for me. I'm sorry I didn't have it all synchronized. I just like it deep in the heart.
And I do have a present slide deck that'll come.
Well, anyway, I'll get started and hope that the slide deck shows up. My name is Jennifer Boylan, and I'm a volunteer leader with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, and that's a volunteer grassroots organization. And as you can see from the title, I think you can see, I had to cross out the word art and change it to activism because I'm not an artist. And I'm very honored to be here among artist company. Thank you, Boris, for including me. Okay, here we go. Anyway, I'll tell you about my own story about why, what brought me to this point. I am a mom. I have 2 boys and a job, and I live here in Rhode Island, and I was minding my own business in 2012 when the Sandy Hook school shooting happened. And it was a very devastating event for all Americans, but I'll say particularly for me, like I could not get past it. I cried for a month, and I just couldn't get past the thought that that could happen anywhere in America. Like if it could happen in this beautiful little town in Connecticut, it could happen in my town in Rhode Island, and really it could happen anywhere. And why is it that it's happened at all? Through my obsessions with studying that and learning about our country's gun laws and lack thereof, the very lax nature of those, I just could not live with myself. I needed to do something about it. So what I did was I joined this organization that was formed on the day after Sandy Hook, and it's a grassroots organization, mostly of moms, but not exclusively. And we are working to advocate for common sense gun laws. So if you can go to the next slide, I hope you can. Yes. So this is a picture of Shannon Watts. She's the founder of Moms Demand Action. She was a stay-at-home mom, folding her laundry, watching the Sandy Hook shooting unfold on her television, and started this organization as a Facebook page on the day after Sandy Hook. And I knew that I needed to do something, and I didn't really know how. How could I get to the bottom of this horrific problem we have in this country and do my part to fix it? And what I learned was you just have to show up and start to care and educate yourself. I'm a big fan of learning a lot about the issue that I'm going to try to advocate on, and that actual individual Americans can do something about it. We can make change, that we do not have to live the way we live in with the terrible gun violence epidemic that we have. So if you can go to the next slide. I started really showing up. Like I studied the situation, and I put on my red shirt, which is what we moms wear when we do our thing at the State House or where we're being visible around this issue. And I started really paying attention to our gun violence, to our gun laws here in Rhode Island. I figured I'm going to start local, and I learned a lot about our gun laws and what their limitations were, and why, what I could do as a citizen to affect change. And I was really determined to affect change. I was just, my goal right after Sandy Hook was like, this is on me. This happened because shame on me. I've never paid attention to the issue. Me and all these other Americans had better wake up. And we don't have to live like this. Other countries don't. There's no reason for us to. So I started really paying attention to legislation. And if you go to the next slide, you will see this is a picture of a bunch of us up at the State House. And if we're going to talk about the theme of transformation today, we have definitely made a mark in transforming Rhode Island's gun laws over the past 10 years almost that I've been working on this issue. This picture was taken when we were advocating for a bill, the Protect Rhode Island Families Act, which is now a law. And it's a law that takes guns away from convicted domestic abusers. So like, who thinks that domestic abusers should have guns legally? Pretty much no one would agree with that statement. It's complete common sense. Yet it took 3.5 years of advocating to get this weak law that we had corrected and strengthened to a stronger law that would disarm domestic abusers. And then I'm proud to say after those 3.5 years, we've had several other success stories with passing better gun laws. We've passed a total of 6 since I've been working on this issue. And for me personally, it's been transformative because I started out like truly in my own lane with my head down, worrying only about my family, not paying attention to the world around me, just blissfully ignorant of the reality of what gun violence is in our country and in my community, here in Providence, in my state, in every respect. So it's been very transformative for me personally, and I'm proud of the legislative successes we have, transformative for our state and for this situation. Lots of work to do, clearly. If you watch the news in Providence, we have, I think, 20 gun homicides so far this year, which is horrible and appalling. We have lots of work to do, but we are on our way, and it's a slow and deliberate path. So let's go to the next slide. We're going to talk a little bit about what I can, I was trying to look for the intersection between the work I do with art to try to make it relevant for a room full of artists. And, I'll start really small with what I call craftivism, which we do, we're moms, we're crafty, many moms are crafty, and some of them do take the opportunity to get a little bit crafty with our activism. And I'm going to talk about a couple of those ways that we do that. So let's go to the next slide. We'll start really small. I'm wearing this pin. You can see this picture of these pins. They're small embellishments that someone who wants to sit down and work with their hands might enjoy making. And, it's a nice way to wear something pretty that represents your organization, that starts, these are conversation starters, let me tell you. You wear these around town or to Target or to, whatever people are going to ask you. They do, inevitably, what's non-command action? Or more likely these days, yay, go mom command action as we, get our name out there. I find myself less having to explain what we are because people have started hearing from us. But if you go to the next slide, you can see, here's another one that a woman made for, if you go to the next slide, you'll see who, I think you'll recognize her, the governor, who's a gun front champion, and she signed most of our gun bills over the last several years. It's a lovely gesture. When the governor got this pin and it was handed to her and pinned to her, she was truly touched. And the person that made it next to her loved making it. So it's a connecting gesture. It seems small, but it's a connecting gesture that is lovely and meaningful to someone. Let's go to the next slide. Another thing that we do in our organization is we make these things we call care cards, and this is a picture of them. Every Town for Gun Safety, which is our partner organization, has a network of survivors of gun violence. So these are people all across the country who've been personally affected by gun violence. They may have been shot and survived themselves, or they may have lost a loved one to a bullet. On the anniversary of their important dates, they received in the mail a personally made, handmade individual card with artwork on the front and a beautiful message acknowledging their grief and their loss on this important day. And, they're beautiful. Some you can see are made by children. Others are made by legit artists or people who can let their creative talents go and make something beautiful and meaningful. And if you go to the next page, it's not just about the act of the person receiving the card in the mail. It's also the community building associated with a bunch of people sitting down in a room together and making something beautiful for someone else, a stranger, but coming together and talking, and it's that act of collaborative creation that's just lovely and a nice event. A nice way to honor victims of gun violence. So let's go to the next page. The last thing I'm going to tell you about is another way that I see the work that I do intersecting with art, and it's certainly not metal art, much softer, a quilt. This is the Mother Stream Quilt Project, and if you have ever heard of or seen the AIDS quilt, it's the same concept, where the AIDS quilt had panels dedicated to people who lost their lives to AIDS. These are panels dedicated to honor someone who was a victim of gun violence, and they may be made by loved ones, or they could be made by activists like me. And they're incredibly personal and meaningful. And the way we do these quilting bees, I'm going to go back to the last slide. Can you go back one more? We have people bring a meaningful piece of fabric with them if they're a survivor of gun violence. And then they would work with, someone would help them design their square, and they would cut out the pieces into the shapes that you can see in the orange picture. So those are just like sort of the main pieces, and the middle has like an anchored center of something that was important to someone. And then we have expert quilters, not me, like we bring in expert people who know how to sew and who know how to quilt, and they put it together, and you can see the pink one is a finished square. And in this case, this is a woman from Providence. She made this sweatshirt. She made this quilt square using a piece of her daughter's sweatshirt that her daughter loved. In the middle, it has the word love. It was her daughter's favorite sweatshirt, and she loves pink. So here's the meaningful square that was created. Now, if you go to the next slide, again, I'm going to say that the act of making the quilt square is as important, or if not more important, than the finished product. It's bringing people together around the issue of gun violence, sitting them around the table. I mean, like, think about how long have human beings been sitting around and gathering in community making quilts? Like hundreds and hundreds and probably thousands of years. Tends to be women, but not exclusively. But sharing a story and sharing the experience, and maybe sharing a tear over this cutting of someone's intimate personal fabric to make something that's a monument. It's a really important piece of this, and I enjoyed these quilting bees very much. We did 4 or 5 quilting bees over the period of 2 years. And if you go to the next slide, you can see here's another situation. This woman on the left is the woman who made the pink square we just saw, sitting and making this, cutting out their pieces and getting things ready to be sewn. If you go to the next slide, you can see this was the final Rhode Island quilt. We called it the Mighty Hope. And every square was designed here in Rhode Island and is a tribute to someone here in Rhode Island. And if you go to the next slide, you can see we have, there's a nice picture that shows you how, when they're all displayed together, this is just a subset of the collection that's been put together. It's really beautiful. Each quilt that's displayed has a key next to it, so you can look up and see information about all the different squares. And so the one we did in Rhode Island was a Rhode Island quilt, but there are other ones that are themed. Like there's one that's called the Grandparent Quilt. And just saying that, it's heavy. But imagine a whole quilt of grandparents. It's truly unbelievable to see them. And if you go to the next slide, I'm just going to wrap up here. This picture is taken of several of us many years ago in Boris Bally's fantastic studio. where he hosted us for an event. It's truly been a privilege to intersect with Boris over the years on this issue, and I'm very grateful for that. I would leave you with this thought that gun violence is really complicated. It really doesn't have to be the way it is, and it will take all of us, not just survivors, because they can only do too much. There's people who've been personally affected by gun violence are numerous, and they carry such a heavy burden. It's really, it's got to be all of us together, artists, activists, lawmakers, citizens, mothers, fathers, everyone that has to come together to fix this problem, because it really doesn't have to be this way. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is DelBrocco. I'm a third year metal design Master of Fine Arts candidate at East Carolina University. I am so grateful for talking to you all during the transformation of self through art section of this fabulous symposium. I would like to thank the entire committee that put this powerful symposium together. And I would also like to thank Diane Riley and Sarah Picard and all the other professors here at Rhode Island College that have helped to guide me through my undergraduate. I am grateful for your dedication, your willingness to meet me after hours, and your true kindness as I succeeded through your program. 1, 2, 3. Tallies on a page. Giggles. My narrative used to read as the bullied child that struggled in school, filled with frustrations of not being able to learn the same as others. 4, 5, I look up, realizing students are not counting so we can leave English class. Rather, they are telling mistakes I made when I read aloud in class. Thank you. My story is not just mine. Many people struggle with disabilities of all kinds. Yet rather than disability, I have found I have a superpower of many new abilities. I find that I'm always trying to prove something to myself, that what I do is never going to be enough, that taunting voice of my high school principal lingers in my head, you cannot go to college, let's not put the cart before the horse. I have learned my story does not end with my learning struggles. It starts with how I have transformed this battle into a motivator. What used to read as the struggling student being faced with learning challenges now reads as the young artist that continues to power through interferences while creating my own challenges in my art design. See that next slide. Thank you. I am fascinated with moving parts and how each component relies on each other to operate in harmony. I'm a tactile learner, so naturally I have been drawn to the physical way of communicating complex ideas. Art has saved me and opened my eyes to a whole new world of learning and teaching. Next slide. And you can actually do one more slide. Thank you. My piece, Curiosity, is discussing the dangers of children living in homes without proper gun safety precautions. According to the Child Defense Organization, an estimated 4.6 million children live in homes with at least one unlocked and loaded gun, and most children know where these guns are kept. When a child dies, it is always tragic no matter the situation. What I want to remind my viewers is that an unlocked and loaded gun in the home is preventable. Like everything else we protect our children from, kitchen knives, cleaning chemicals, pools, sharp corners, and all things that are brought into an environment, guns are not an exception. Guns are a weapon of destruction, a responsibility, and not a toy. As adults, we understand their capabilities, but children do not. Next slide. In my work, I challenge myself to problem-solve ways to create mechanisms that will engage the viewers, like in this gun piece. I have transformed the gun into a childlike toy by removing the handpiece, the trigger, to create something that is intriguing, something someone would become curious by and want to understand the kinetic movements. The opening of the aperture invites the viewer to suppress themselves into the gun to admire the stones. It's the opposite of what you would want to do. Hold the barrel to your face and your eye. I have transformed my gun into a toy to resemble a child's kaleidoscope, so I can simulate the activity of object exploration that a child undergoes. When the cylinder turns to that bullet and the reflectory matter ends, the single bullet in the cylinder could destroy families and devastate communities. The child's dream of a hopeful future was taken by the neglect of the owner. Next slide, please. One of my professors, Lisa Beth Robinson, reminded me earlier this week that people are a product of their environment. Over the years, humans keep repeating the same mistakes just in other ways. Acts of violence and hurt are not new, but change to the masses can help to impact the future. Art can transform minds, both physically and visually. I have used my art as a way to channel my inner demons. I am reliant on my art to help me understand complex concepts and ideas over the years. From helping to understand drug addiction, to loss of family members, to a child's curiosity, and now my own current work, focusing on family togetherness at the dinner table. Out of all the subjects, my very own learning disabilities was the hardest to make work about. But I learned I don't need art to help me to understand these struggles. They are my own. I wear them proud, and to make work about it was a struggle in itself. I know my past and my making, and it has helped to, but I've learned I do not need help to help me understand these struggles. They are my own, I wear them proud, and to make work about it was a struggle in itself. I know my past and my making has transformed me to be confident in what I do. My making is my own and it will differ from others, and yet that's the beauty of art, individuality. With my experience in public school, K-12 education, individuality is not the norm, and therefore I failed. I have learned, though, that my art is not a statistic. No PSAT or ACT can determine my future as an artist. We are our own. Our art tells more stories about who we are than we will never ever know. Next slide, please. Now, as I'm working towards my MFA, I have devoted my time to investigate historical aristocratic dining camaraderie and tableware adornments that in turn slow down the eating process to allow for connection building amongst dinner mates. In this series, is inspired by my own family dinner time growing up that fostered internal greatness for cooking, food, and meaningful memories. I have chosen to pursue this body of work because family dinner time was a very important aspect in my daily routine growing up. The DelBrocco family dinner is filled with the sounds of vocal communication, clattering of kitchen tools, and lively music in the background. Meanwhile, preparation is like a series of systematic gears operating in harmony as the meal unfolds. I can't imagine how different these memories and experiences would have been had my family suffered from the loss of a child due to gun violence. I am blessed I have never experienced this personally. I am filled with fear, frustration, and pain that any family would have to experience such a tragedy and will never have dinner with their child again. And at what expense? A gun? Thank you.
Hello. Can everybody hear me? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I'm incredibly happy to be here. Last, year and a half has just been crazy for everybody, myself included. Some of my introverted tendencies have come back a little bit, so we'll see how this goes. But having said that, I'm here to represent the One Gun Gone project. But before I talk about any artwork that we've made, I wanted to talk a little bit about why this was something I wanted to start. I teach art. Art's very important to me for similar reasons that's important to other people here, including you. And it has just allowed me to articulate things that I can't articulate in other ways. It allowed me to function in the world in ways that I don't think I would have been able to if I was simply asked to do that in academic terms. It's been a process to which I can grow. So through that process, I am very passionate about sharing that with others, and I'm very passionate about sharing it with young people that don't often get the opportunity to do it. So I've worked in underserved communities for decades, and in that time period, 4 of my students have been lost to gun violence. And these are folks that I got to know. This wasn't like a one-day workshop, and it's devastating when it happens. When I started reflecting on it, and I didn't think about this as a gun violence issue when it happened, but now as a teenager, my stepbrother was lost to gun violence. So you put those things together, and I'm just a wicked normal dude living a normal life. And 5 people in my life are gone that should be here because it's preventable. And that's just shocking, bullshit. There's a whole lot of things to it. One of the things that was so disturbing, and in my own family too, is that when it happens, it is everything that, you know, somebody thinks it would be. But a lot of times people just don't talk about it. You know, it affects you whether you know it or not. Some people pretend that it doesn't. Some people are trained to do that. But this shocking, horrific thing happens. Everybody feels bad. People cry. And then they go back to school. They go back to work. They go back to whatever they do. And they kind of live as though it's, you know, they try to pretend it didn't happen in some way. I saw that happen to my students, and it was horrible. So I wanted to have a space, a physical space, where we could talk about how we felt. Now, do people talk about stuff easily? No, of course not. Nobody. Few people do. Some people talk too much. I've occasionally been accused of that. But art making, collectively, like the culture, is a way for people to have conversations that come out naturally, so people can talk about things. People can be more receptive to things. The dinner table, when people do eat together, is a place where that happens, because it's similar to art making. You're involved in something that you're doing, but your mind is also going to other places, going to making other decisions. What should we do if we're working collectively? So I wanted to create a space where we could talk about how we felt about gun violence, but it wouldn't just not be dealt with. So One Good Gone was meant to do that. And I'm already going off my notes, but I want to go back to my notes. I just want to ask folks, how many people here that felt helpless? When you actually feel helpless in life, it is one of the worst feelings you can have. You don't feel protected. You feel vulnerable. You feel in danger. The emotional, the physical, the what have you. That is what people have. Because they don't want to feel helpless. They don't want to feel helpless in the streets. They don't want to feel helpless in houses. Of course, they look cool. They're made to look cool. They're powerful. Some people think that's it. But basically, when you talk about why people carry a gun, they don't want to feel helpless. Some people don't trust other people. Some people have reasons to trust others, not trust other people. Some people are lied to about who they could trust and who they shouldn't trust. But I think that is a big part of our situation in this country. We're incredibly casual with guns. Maybe people in this room are, but people are so casual. It's just crazy. These glasses I got took me about a little bit more effort to get the gun that I bought for my family. I had to take a test, 20 true and false, 20 multiple choice that my kid could have passed without studying just by deduction. It was done. And we have a good rating in this state as far as gun laws by people that rate different states in the gun laws. That's what it is. It puts everybody here more into the driver's license by far. Everything takes, so many things take a lot more. So there is that. It's complicated to address this issue, as other people have spoken about it, and other people can speak about it more articulately than I can. There's not one answer. There isn't one. And it is going to save everybody. There's policy, which I've become more aware of in my adult life. People like Jennifer are very interested and effective, and it's hard work to try to move the needle a little bit here at a time. When it happens, you have to celebrate it because it's hard work. Being an artist, primarily, I consider myself to work in culture, in the field of culture, and I'm purposely putting myself to try to support policy when I can. Before pandemic, I was doing that a lot more. I'm trying to reamp my life into that sphere again. My life is very disrupted by all this. As a lot of people were. I'm trying to re-enter my life professionally and otherwise. But working in culture with my students, I've been around long enough to understand that I can have a conversation with a young person and 5 years later, it'll make sense to them. This is long work. And when things go bad in society, it takes a long time to set them right. And you just have to know that. You know, it takes a long time to set yourself right if you're not on the right track, if you've fallen off, or you were indoctrinated. That's what you call it when you think it's wrong, but it could be culture if you think it's right. With my students, I wanted to have first discussions that talked about how we feel. If we don't know how we feel, we cannot get out of sometimes danger. So I wanted a space to talk about how we feel, to make art that reflected that. I think we should look at some art now, but I've gone off my script. This happens a lot. But gun violence affects us all, and it affects different communities differently. We talk a lot about how some gun violence presents itself in some communities, and as Jennifer said, Providence has 22 homicides this year. I live in Providence, and it's horrible. I live in Providence, and it's, you know, the gun violence has been intense, and it's just been horrible. We know why. I won't go into that. There's lots of reasons. But I now live in an urban neighborhood, but I grew up in a suburban one, and it affected my family hard. And one thing I just want to raise is it does affect everybody. We talk about it often in urban neighborhoods, but we don't talk about it in other communities. Does anybody, everybody just let me know, does anybody know the state in the United States that has per capita the highest rate of gun violence? And there's no wrong answer. Everybody can take a guess. Okay, so your house in Illinois would be the state you say. Okay, that's not correct. Anybody else? Alaska. So Alaska has the highest rate of gun violence per capita, deaths per capita, gun deaths per capita. But we don't hear about that. And we don't hear about that because those people are using the gun on themselves. And then people like me, the middle-aged white guys. They're having a hard time, have a gun, and they take their own life. When my stepbrother took his own life, and I was 12 in woodshop, my big project was to make a rifle. I made a rifle rack. My grandmother gave me a rifle with a rifle in it. Thought it was cool. Got it occasionally. My stepbrother died, and the rifle rack disappeared. And the rifle disappeared. And it was my father disappeared it. Had a very, visceral reaction. His father sold guns in sports, on the sports, a gun and fishing shop in upstate New York. So there's no mystery as to what guns were. It wasn't a peace gun household. But that was an act of love. My father never said anything about it. Then when I was in college, I came back and it reappeared. I guess he wanted to make sure I was out of the danger zone. That now rifle is being made into artwork. So it affects communities differently. There's a lot of blending that's happening now. It's hard, emotional. We're talking about people's identities. There's people in my family I can't talk to the subject about. Is it personal to them? Is it me? But having said that, I wanted to have a positive response to this. And I wanted to have a healing response to this. And since I'm an artist, this is how it will manifest itself. So I want to thank the tech team. And hopefully this will work. And if it doesn't, that's on me, because I didn't prepare a slide yet, but I do have a website. So could we go up or actually scroll down? I'm sorry. Oh, you know what? My bad. Let's go into try that tab. About. When we scroll down and see the about, I think this is an images there. That's just the well, okay. We tried that one. Oh, okay, that's it. Let's go down. So my students and I, just for any artists out there, trying to collaborate with another institution about the idea of gun violence. They're producing artwork that fits the shape of a gun. It's going to be hard. Nobody wants to deal with you. Nobody, you would think that people would be interested in trying to understand things. It's a very, very hard sell. We made glass gun sculptures. This is the first thing that we did. It was very interesting. We chose a medium that we thought reflected the opposite of a real handgun. We made a molding gun, and I did, and my students saw it, and kind of normalized it more than a dollar years. We were interested in one of the weapons that we used in the project, make a mold, and that would make our artwork. We decided to use glass because the opposite material that most guns are made from seems to be glass. Metal is hard, metal is durable, glass is a lot more fragile. We wanted to produce something that would shatter when you drop it. That, in our case, the glass is more like light. Light is fragile. It's also translucent, and we thought that had an effort. I'm going to get the tour. Everyone have it? Thank you. But a fleeting quality to it, like this fleeting, like this fragile. We should be celebrating life. We should be happy. You appreciate life when you realize how fragile it is. And sometimes you know it's fragile and still hard to appreciate it. But hopefully you can be happy at that point. Glass seems to have those characteristics. So we made a series of glass sculptures. The students were involved in every part of this process at I.M.A.G.I.N.E.s. We were invited to be a part of their programming. They went to great lengths to squeeze us in very economical and efficient ways. It was wonderful. It was the first time that some of my students have been to Boston, and they're from Providence. It was the first time a lot of them have been to college, and the first time a lot of them have been to all of this in art school. So we were embraced coming in there, and it was amazing. We got to see how the whole process works. They had to talk to their lawyers. They had to make sure we were a certain amount of feet away from actual glass kilns and all of this great stuff they did for us. Wonderful. We did it. We thought it was cool. Then we thought our project was over. And this was in 2016 that we started this. 2015, late 2015. And we were looking at the mold. And then we said to ourselves, we can make other things from this. So we started to get together. Could we scroll down one more, please? Cool. Okay, so these sculptures are made from children's crayons. And this was the first one that we made. This is all crayon wax. So we poured the melted crayon wax into the mold with whole crayons. And then when we demolded it and passed it around, my students who were at that point were all guys, all great guys, but guys. So typically not into being sentimental, you know, for no reason or what have you. We're really quiet in retrospect. And I didn't know what was going on, so I asked. This sculpture made people think of their younger siblings, their younger cousins, their children, some of them had children. And it was amazing to me that a piece of sculpture had that effect. They started thinking about, in terms of their own lives, what guns can mean and do. So we've kept going. And if we could go down one more. And we created this. This is the pencil gun sculpture. This is also made of crayon wax. And the interesting thing about this artwork is the amount of different interpretations people brought to it. We originally, my idea, which almost nobody thinks of, you know, was that, oh, you know, sort of the pen is mightier than the sword kind of idea. But in my case, it was like, if you really go hard on your education, there's a chance that you could have a life with less gun violence. That may have been more true at one point in time than now. But when we put it to young people and what they're actually experiencing in life, interpretations were school shootings, interpretations are students, young people learning about gun violence early. There was always an education component with the pencil point, but the interpretations are very different. And and I think I'm saying that I have to wrap up. Okay, thank you. And then the last interpretation was a young man was looking at it and saying there's no eraser, meaning you can't take it back. It was very, very interesting the amount of dialogue that this helped produce. Thank you for everybody being here, caring about this subject. Thank you to all the artists, activists, people putting this show together. Huge thing to put together, a lot of work. And it's wonderful to be here in person when we can vibe like this. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
We give one more big round of applause to all of our panelists, please. Thank you all so much for sharing such deeply personal and moving aspects of the theme of today's symposium for you. A commonality I found amongst all of your presentations is art or some kind of visual craft making as a healing device. So can you talk each individually a little bit about why you believe that art in particular is useful as a catalyst for self-transformation? And Pete, I'm going to start with you.
Like art to me is, it's like it's something that everyone can relate to, even if they're not into it, like, creating it, it's just looking at it, people get, inspired by certain things, and so putting a piece together, no matter what, because everyone's gonna interpret it differently, and it's something that everyone can embrace, no matter what. If they're not into it, they can, some people might look at a piece of art and get into making art because they're like, wow, that's awesome. Like the crayons, the ideas that I just come up with are just amazing. And yeah, just getting the message through creative thinking and creative action. And there's no limit to what you can make and how much people you can affect by a piece of art.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What about you, Jennifer?
Well, a lot of what I spoke about was about the collaborative experience of coming together and making things together is so important. But I think as a spectator to art, the conversations that flow from looking at an exhibit like the one that you've put on today, or that's going to be running for the next 3 weeks, it's amazing. I mean, these conversations have to be had. The artwork itself is meant to be so thought-provoking, and the problem of gun violence is only going to get fixed if we all can talk about it and work together to solve it. There's not one easy fix. It's very complicated, and so coming at it from lots of perspectives with gun culture and gun laws and all different aspects of this issue are so necessary. So anytime we can have a conversation about it, whether it's in an art gallery or at the State House, is advancing things towards making change.
Lauren?
Are you asking me how art is like transformative?
So how do you view art as a catalyst for self-transformation? Like not just how can art be transformative in itself, but like how does art change you?
Oh, yes. Well, that's how does art change me? Well, as I talked about previously, it's a tool to help me understand things visually. I think art speaks to the masses because we have this visual understanding when it comes to using the mold to see them sort of like plans into it, like there's interpretations that happen. And regardless if it was intended what the artist wanted, we're still learning and observing in a visual format. And I think for me, it gives me the opportunity to kind of see things in a different way that I may not be able to fully comprehend in text per se. So I think as the transformation, I'm still a little, I'm not sure that was catalyst. I think that's what I'm kind of stuck on right now. But I think in full, it just gives a much more lively impression on a new substance for me.
I think so. Art, can't tell if that echo is being heard by other folks. I think art is I was hearing recently there was a scientist who was talking about the nervous system and about how basically I'm going to paraphrase here, but how it's the nervous system can be on, and that's typically what we try to do in this country, that we try to be on all the time. We're trying to be aggressively finishing our work, doing our work, keeping a schedule, improving ourselves, all of that. If you live in a big city, you're on from the moment you wake up to the moment you come home and crash. What we used to have a lot more of in society was the reflective time, the time to fall back. And I think a lot of times we think of American culture thinks that as wasted time, but there's actually an important aspect of reflecting, of being able to think on a deeper level over a longer period of time. And I think a lot of that is challenged these days, the pace of our lives and the interruptions in social media. I think religion can play a role like that. You're in a sacred space. Your mind wanders in a way that it doesn't when you're trying to complete a spreadsheet. So I think art has that function to me, where it allows kind of a reflective flow state. It allows me to get to feelings, thoughts, and then growth that I can't get if I'm trying to just do a thing. And so through that, I feel that there can be growth and feeling. And that's why it's important to me.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from our in-person audience? Yes, Peter, we have a microphone now. So if you just look to your left.
Yeah, I have a question for Peter. I really admire your whole story. I was curious if in the prison experience, was there ever any art happening? Was there any exposure? Was there any time spent like that?
Well, there's nothing but time in there. So, I mean, for me, because I don't get along, I can't because I deeply not get along well with others. So I would always be, locked up by myself. So I spent all that time drawing, sculpting, you name it. Like, even if I wasn't using my hands, my mind was creating something. And even like today, like if I'm alone, like, I'm okay with that. I do well alone. And those experiences, I mean, I went to prison when I was 21 and I didn't come home until I was 32. And I didn't, that's 11 and a half years on a 10-year sentence at the time. Person I used to do, like this more time than I had to do, and I think the hardest way to work. But that experience, those books I read, those the moments I spent creating things, with drawing or whatever I did, like now I can say, I know this, because I do whatever it takes. I mean, if I have to take that camera apart, I can do that. I know I can do that. It's all that time alone is just, and mind you, back then I didn't know I could do anything. Only thing I knew I could do was hurt other people, and I had to be the toughest guy around. But I transformed that, and now that through that, I know that with the help from others, I can achieve anything. That experience helped me a lot. And I work through it all the time. But that really is
I think what you really touch on is the accessibility and the tactility of making art. Even if it's just picking up a pencil and drawing something on a piece of paper, like it's something that's almost available to every single individual in the world. And I think what's so powerful, in my opinion, about art and the making of art. But I thought it was a beautiful response from you. Any other questions from the audience? Okay, I have a couple more questions from the organizers. What do you think the limits of art are? So we've talked a lot about the possibilities of art, but what can't art do? Lauren, you look like you want to go ahead.
Well, art can't force anyone to change their opinion on something. So by that, I mean, when we make something, we have an intended meaning for it. So like I made my kaleidoscope, and we were supposed to put your eyes, to the barrel and look through it. Other interpretations can come from that. as treating this gun as it is a glorified toy, and that we should want to play with it, and that we should want to, do these terrible actions, with ourselves to it. But of course, that's not what I'm trying to say with my piece. It's about the child's curiosity of looking at these objects and thinking that they're these lush things that they want to play with. So I think, the limits is how, because we're all individuals, we come from different backgrounds and we all view things and understand things in a different context. So therefore, I think that is where art has its limits. Because we put up all different boundaries when we are taking new information and whether it be visually or in text. And the interpretations that come of it kind of put those boundaries in place, especially amongst people when there is differing views.
I think it's culture, what my mind went to is culture. If you're, art is a language. So how, in my mind it is. So how readily how many people understand the language? And then how many people are, receptive to it? So, yeah, culture is such a big thing, such a tricky thing. Cultures, I think culture is there so that it's, I think an idea of culture is that we learn how to live so we can survive. But then, of course, culture cuts out a lot of people. And, in our country, we have many cultures. We have so many cultures, right? Our neighbors could be a part of a different culture and we never really understand them. So I think the cultural acceptance of art will be part of the determination for what messages get accepted or rejected.
You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but if
I'm
you
going to let an artist talk about that.
Limitations, I don't see, there's boundaries you have to stay in, but a piece of art shouldn't be limited, like I was saying before, like, I can look at something and I'll get this from it, and he looks at it and it's something different to her. And, so the more creative it is, more limited reaches, I guess, more thought put into it will get people to. Not what a limit, I think a piece of art that didn't have limits, and people will look at it. Like people in Rhode Island, people in Massachusetts, everyone's gonna look at it and see something different. So limitless. That's how I look at art, limitless.
I know I'm not a panelist, but I'm kind of with Pete. I feel like art has an almost unlimited potential to it. But I think if there is a limitation on art, in my opinion, it's getting people to see it, getting eyes on the artwork. Because if there aren't eyes, if there's not an openness and a willingness to be open about what an art is trying to convey, like what a work of art is trying to convey, then I think that's where the limitation is. We have a wonderful question in the chat, and Allison in the webinar says, do any of the panelists have ideas about how we can make art making or healing arts programs more accessible to the general public, especially those most impacted by gun violence?
More funding.
Funding, bodies, I mean, like people who are willing to do the work.
I think there's people willing to do the work. There's not enough funding.
So is that Is that a legislative issue? Is that a state issue or a city issue? Donations?
Yes. I mean, it's a cultural issue. You know, it's like, what do we think is important? And do we believe that work like this helps society? And then, of course, if there's enough opinion behind that, then there's money. But, you know, nobody in here wants to be told that money is hard to get out of the channels of transit into other channels that could be helpful.
Karen, what did you? Same thing?
Yeah,
Same answer?
I do. I think it's exactly, you nailed it. I know that there are different nonprofits in this town that are like violence interrupters. There's different organizations around here that are violence interrupting organizations, and so many organizations that are helping children with after school activities or what have you. And it's prioritizing this art making and then putting your money where your mouth is and funding it. For sure.
You wanted to
I'd say, get a hold of the schoolyard, you know? Put on there, become creative. Anyone can go there. And in any number of classes, they have metalworking, blacksmith, jewelry, pottery, they got everything. So it's someone who has been affected by gun violence wants to get creative. That's the spot. Because they'll help them get to where they need to go. But they help me tremendously. They still do there. They're a great set of people.
And we are lucky in Providence, I think, to be surrounded by so many accessible and affordable arts programs. Of course.
Can I add one thing?
Yeah, if you just wait for the microphone for a second.
Yes, I just wanted to add one thing, and I wanted to say that if Act 1 Guns On could be seen as like a pilot study, I'll say that I've been blown away by the results of his study. I've still been in touch with some of his students who I met at protests, and under his leadership and tutoring, you know, he's taught them about life, about art, he's taught them to box, and he's introduced them to oodles of people that are involved in all sorts of things, art included. And now these are kids that wouldn't otherwise be going to higher education. And I just remember a post from last week, I forget the kid's name, but he's off to college. And he was proudly announcing that he's the first in his generation to do this. And that, I think that is exactly what needs to happen on a larger scale. You know, I'm not sure how to go about that. Money, I'm sure, is part of it. You know, writing a bigger grant, getting support for that, but I'm sure that education is the key to all this somehow. So, yeah, good work.
That was Edwin, and Edwin is, he went to CCRI for several years to get his associates, and I'm a huge fan of CCRI. And now he's doing his first year at UMass Dartmouth. And he's incredibly excited, and I'm incredibly excited. And super quick, you know, what Boris spoke about is, you know, I'm trying to do this, but I'm not special. It's just supporting efforts like this have results. That's what it really is. I'm not putting myself down. I work hard. I do all this stuff. It's important. I try hard and all that, but I'm not magic, and programs like this aren't magic. They will work if there's funding.
Well, now we all know what our initiatives are to go out there after today's panel and help out all these organizations. Any other questions from the audience in person or virtual? All right. Well, thank you so much. We're going to take a 15-minute coffee break for those of us who are in attendance. And for our web audience, if you could just bear with us, we'll be back in about 15 minutes. All right. Thanks so much. There's some coffee and some takeaways right through the doors in the lobby. If you could just kind of stay 6 feet apart, it will be okay for you to take off your masks. We can a Swiss-trained metalsmith and designer working here in Providence. He has earned numerous Rhode Island State Council for the Arts fellowships in both craft and design. In 2001, he created a 3,500-pound obelisk on South Main Street, just in front of the Providence Federal Courthouse, that was constructed with more than 1,000 reclaimed guns. And this was just one of many projects involving guns and the fight against gun violence through art that Boris would take on throughout his career. In 2016, he debuted the I.M.A.G.I.N.E.s Now exhibition at East Carolina University. And we owe a huge debt of gratitude to Boris for helping to inspire and to organize our current Rhode Island I.M.A.G.I.N.E.s Peace organization. We also have on this panel, Vee Hight, who is a RIC BFA alumna living and working in Rhode Island. She is the granddaughter of a Providence jeweler and the daughter of a RISD textiles grad, and her roots run deep in the local arts community here. While at RIC, she studied jewelry and metalsmithing and currently holds a studio space at the Bench in Pawtucket, where she is continuing to create jewelry and bodily sculpture from metals and found objects. We also have Gemelya Barros. Gemelya first became a gun violence advocate after losing her firstborn precious daughter at the age of 22 years old to someone with a gun. Afterwards, she went through a very deep grieving process. And as she started to heal from the trauma, she realized that we have a very serious problem here with gun violence in our community and our world as a whole. She's currently pursuing an MA in trauma-based healing arts and counseling. And she has a nonprofit organization titled Healing Through Art that provides a safe space for people of any age to paint and create the things that they have a hard time saying while coping with deep loss. We also have Halima Ibrahim on the virtual panel. And I'm sure that we will get Halima as soon as she is scheduled to speak. But Halima Ibrahim is a recent graduate from the Community College of Rhode Island and is now continuing her studies in art history at Stanford University. When she is not fulfilling the role as youth poet laureate for the state of Rhode Island, she focuses her research on post-Arab Spring Egyptian art. So we're going to welcome to the stage first, Boris.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So this works, huh? Imagine that. Anyway, thank you all for being here. It's really, really wonderful. I wonder if I can advance it with this thing. Can I? Maybe? No, don't touch it. Okay. Oh, cool. Oh, so I don't have to dock at the screen. Thank you. Anyway, this whole exhibition and symposium has been really wonderful. It's amazing to be a part of it. And I also want to take a moment to thank Victoria for really making it click like it has. So thank you. And of course, the tech guys who are letting me use this thing, which now works, right? Yes. Great. See that effect? So I just learned how to do PowerPoint. So anyway, so the title of the show is I.M.A.G.I.N.E, Rhode Island I.M.A.G.I.N.E s Peace Now. The whole time when I started coming up with the title, I was playing around with different names, and this is the one that stuck. This panel is about transforming political conversation through art. And of course, all this is inspired by one of my heroes and perhaps one of many of ours, John Lennon, whose birthday happens to be tomorrow. He would have been 81. And so that's what we based the symbol on for our exhibition. So this is, I'm going to intersperse this talk with different comics that I've plucked out since I've done this show, which I find interesting. Art is often a really good way to disarm a very difficult conversation and inspire us. So that's what this show is about. So this is how this show got started.
when I just graduated or transferred from Tyler School of Art, a guy that I had apprenticed with, Ron McNeish, who happened to be a goldsmith, his son and my brother went to school together. And when I left Temple University to come back to Pittsburgh, his son was shot down. And this guy, Ron McNeish, was a gun carrying guy who loved, having it and showing it and going and using it for practice, as much of my colleagues in Pittsburgh do. I grew up in the city of Pittsburgh where deer hunting season was a holiday. Nobody would be at school. They'd all be out hunting. We grew up with 30-06s, 22s, handguns. Still, when we get together, everybody plucks out their guns and they shoot at things. It's very much a part of the Pittsburgh culture. So I had just started a metals group. Having moved back to Pittsburgh, I started a metal group called Pittsburgh Metal Society, PMS. Which of course will catch you, and we got quite a following. And right around that time, there was a buyback program called Goods for Guns Anti-Violence Coalition, and they had been involved with buyback. Every year, they did about 4 different buybacks through the Pittsburgh Police Department. And it involved these 4 people: Michael Hirsch, Matthew Maciello, Derwin Rushing, and Phil Dacey. The first 2 are trauma surgeons, and we're sick and tired of seeing kids that were the fate of gunshot incidents, and they wanted to do something to change this. Derwin Rushing was a lawyer who now is a judge in Pittsburgh, and Phil Dacey was the SWAT commander from the city of Pittsburgh. These guys came to me. This is a picture of the gun buyback back then. They came to me and they said, we do a gun buyback every year. We get probably 1,000 guns every year, give or take. And then because Pittsburgh is a steel city, we take them and we melt them down and they become parts of girders and bridges, which kind of a symbolic recycling. And they said, or what we'd like to do instead is, instead of having it be an annual event, let's do something that keeps kind of gun violence on the forefront of people's minds, such as this. And they produced an article that was put on by an artist and a gallery dealer in New Orleans, who they started Guns in the Hands of Artists. They started an exhibition, and it was written up in the New York Times. And these guys came to me with an article and they said, we want to do something like this. And I said, you can't just take somebody's art idea and then make it for yourself. Let me talk to these people and see if they're open to me doing it in my way. And as metalsmiths, we know how guns work. We could probably, gunsmithing is actually an art form. We could actually make these things with the skills and the tools that we have. Let's make a show that takes these guns and turns them into something else, translates them. So I called the gallery director down there, Jonathan Ferrara, and Brian Borello was the artist. And I said, guys, we want to do this. Can we do it our way? And they said, absolutely. We just planted a seed, take the seed and go and plant more seeds. And that's why we're all here. So for the following 2 years or so, we started collecting guns. And every year I would do, that's not true every year, about every 2 or 3 years, we would, with an armed escort, get all the guns from the stored space on the north side of Pittsburgh with an entourage of police to my studio. And they would come and drop them in these big banana boxes, and they taught us how to dismantle them so that they couldn't be used as easily anymore. And so the Monroeville Police Department, Pittsburgh Police, and the SWAT commander would oversee, and I would enlist the help of friends with welders, and this type of gun one here, the revolvers here, the SIG type guns over here, the long guns over there, and we would disable them all. Actually, they're so dangerous. They would check them to see if there was live ammo in them from the buyback. And one of them actually ended up having a shotgun shell stuck in it, the wrong dimension, into the tube, and almost blew my naughty bits out. So they were still it was a dangerous pursuit. And it took great effort. It took tons and tons of time, volunteers. And it was the hope that I could then turn these into an art exhibition. So this was, when I moved to Providence, was
1997, right around the time when I put on the first show. This is Phil Dacey, who's the SWAT commander. And this was the letter that he wrote when I crossed the state line. Because I said, Phil, you know, I'm bringing thousands of guns in my van. It's kind of look kind of bad if a state trooper pulls me over for speeding or something. And he wrote me this letter. And this is the very letter that I send out with the guns that I send around the world. He's since retired, and the Pittsburgh City Police Department is no longer at that location, and the phone number doesn't work anymore. And the way I found out is one of the artists in my last show tried to bring his gun across the border from Toronto, and the customs border control he claimed his gun, and they tried to call these numbers to see if it was on the level, and they still let him through, thank goodness. But that's what's helped us to do this. Design and art can help change the world. The idea of gun violence, to me, it has indirectly affected me at first. It is something that I could buy into because I understand guns and the complexities of it. Gun violence in the meantime has affected me. A good friend of mine and client of mine basically blew his head off in a van because he has access to a gun, and he left two young, beautiful daughters behind for no reason whatsoever, and it was just access. So the show that I wanted to put on, and every show, it kind of came up with this plan, which was to create a plan with specific goals to identify a team. This is a team activity. I think that's what makes it so special, is that we all bring something to the table. Of course, as Scott said in his lecture, resources and backing are really important. And so I always end up turning into a bit of a fundraiser, which I did not have to do for this show, which is really, really wonderful. And then to exhibit and promote artworks and hopefully open up an opportunity for dialogue, and then eventually lead to real change. So this was the first show I put on, Artists of a Different Caliber. 1997, opened at Carnegie Mellon University, and then moved to Alexandria, Virginia, Oklahoma City, and then to Philly. That was my first catalog, my first experience putting together a show. And that was the show catalog. This is the sculpture that stands right now. This was kind of my welcome to Providence, as I got pretty much what the award that Barnaby Evans received to pursue his water fire. That's the award I received to see the sculpture to fruition. This is what it looks like today. So gun issues, Second Amendment. Every time I go to the State House, I end up trying to find common ground between the Second Amendment folks, who we call the yellow shirts, and the red shirts, which are the Moms Demand Action. Both are on very polar sides of the issue. However, I think that there is lots of space for common ground. Most of the gun owners that I've talked to believe that they believe in education and safety, and a lot of the kind of tenets of which the Moms Demand Action and all every Town for Gun Safety believe in, that we're actually trying to make the change. The trick is to keep guns out of the wrong hands, and that's kind of the tricky part. Second Amendment states a well-regulated militia necessary to the security of a free state. The right of people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It is a uniquely American entitlement. I like to focus on the well-regulated. My home country is Switzerland, and they actually do have assault rifles. Males age 19 to age 50 have assault rifles in their closets, all of them. They're all drafted at 19, and they're required to keep their weapons till age 50. So I grew up not only in Pittsburgh with guns laying around, but in Switzerland, you know, my cousins would all take their guns and clean them on the table. But they learned about how to shoot them, how to store them, the safety. They were required to do 18 months of training. And they're not killing each other. And part of it is socioeconomic equality, which I think is a big issue here. I think gun violence is part of a much greater issue, which is happening in this country. And the other thing is they have really common sense laws, and they're also law-abiding people. So those three make for a really perfect thing over there. And I'm hoping that something like that can happen here. When the Second Amendment was written, they had flintlocks. Of course, the technology has changed so much since then. So it's kind of hard to take a law that is applied to a product back then and apply it to the same product that we're looking at today, is my feeling. So when I was putting together the second show, two things happened. One is I needed to bring a piece in from Switzerland, import it. And in order to import it, I had to get an importer to bring it to somebody who had a gun shop here in Rhode Island. An importer who would then import it from Miami to a gun shop in Rhode Island. And the only way they would give it to me is if I had a gun carrying permit. So I realized that I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't know the gun laws to put on the show. So I became a gun owner. I took the test, which I forget who it was that said they took the test, but it was multiple choice. The gun dealer kind of helped me with a couple sticky points, which I thought was interesting. He was eager to, sell me a gun, and I got my blue card. And I eventually bought a gun for $80. And I didn't really, having shotguns, there are good guns and bad guns, as referring to the quality. I bought the crappiest, cheapest one I possibly could to make the point that you could, and that I could ruin it without spending too much money. So I ended up buying this gun for $80.25. The gun, by the way, that I imported, which is this gun from the Swiss artist, famous Swiss artist, had its inners removed. It was ruined, certified by a gun dealer in Switzerland to have been completely, utterly disassembled and ruined, and yet required all that to get it into this country. It cost me about $2,500 to import. And I thought, what's the irony of that? I could have just bought it here. And her gun was a gun that was shot through by another gun, kind of like a domino chain. And these are the guys that eventually helped to import the gun for me. And they thought it was pretty weird that they were importing a gun that didn't work. But I got the guys that were in the shop buying weapons to pose for me, which shows kind of the macho-ness of much of the gun culture here. The statistics show that our rate of gun violence and gun deaths, whether by suicide or homicide, are so far greater than any other country. And I think part of it is education, part of it is economic, and part of it is just not good laws or training. Gun violence has escalated over the years. This past year is reportedly the most deadly. Go figure, I'm sure it has something to do with COVID. So at one point when this issue kept getting worse and worse and worse, and I had thousands of guns in my studio still, I thought, this is time to revive the show. So I decided to revive I.M.A.G.I.N.E.s, the artists of a different caliber, and turn it into I.M.A.G.I.N.E.s Now, with the exhibition goals of mobilizing world-class talent internationally, artists, and get writers to write their perspectives from all different backgrounds, and to have a publication that would, after the show is down and after it's done traveling, find itself to different hands, different eyes to look at it, and give it longevity. And I wanted the show to travel, and I inevitably wanted the finances from the catalog sale to interpret into supporting good gun legislation. So that was I.M.A.G.I.N.E.s Now, which is the book that we're giving away at the gallery. I still have hundreds of those, and I'm happy to give them away. It opened at East Carolina University, and then traveled around. You can see all the places that it was for the next 2 years till 2018. So an important thing that has happened through almost 7 years of doing this is that I have created sort of a network of a team of people with whom I have credibility and relationships and cooperative understandings. And I think that's what this is all about. I mean, the fact that in Pittsburgh, the police came to me, I think has something to do with how I was working with the community at the time. They saw me as somebody to instill their trust in, that I could see a project through. And I think it's much more difficult if you, I know Scott Lapham has been trying to do the gun buyback, and it's really challenging to start from scratch like that because not everybody's on board, and it does take money, which is what One Gun Gun is trying to produce finances to support just that. So our team for I.M.A.G.I.N.E.s now was the curator of the Museum of Fine Art, the publisher of American Craft Magazine, Shepard Fairey, our famous artist, writer, curator Michael McMillan from the Fuller Museum, Ian Alden Russell from A.B.O.U.N.D. Gallery, and Jillian Moore, an advocate artist. Big part of this is promotion. If you want to get finances, part of it is to let people know what you're doing, promoting the artworks themselves. And I want to take this moment to thank Aaron Usher, who has helped me now through 2 shows, cataloging, documenting, you know, with ratty photographs, you can't really kind of fully convey the power of an exhibition you're trying to pull off. The part of my goal was to start a Kickstarter campaign, learn all about it, was a whole other learning experience, and try to come up with $50,000 to produce a hardcover book. So my good friend Keith McManus, who had done a piece for a movie for a radio station in Boston earlier, I happened to realize he lived near me, and I said, hey, you want to do something to help us out? And he said, sure, and he made a video that helped me kick off my Kickstarter campaign. So of course, with a Kickstarter, you need to give out little gifts. So we learned about, you know, making different giveaways to try to inspire people to give a little more money. And then I met this guy, Bob Ebbendorf. I had met him earlier, but I kind of enlisted him, and he was on board, hook, line, and sinker. He's an enthusiastic shaker and mover of my world, the metals world. He's also one of the founders of Snag. Very different than Ron McNeish, whose son got shot, who was also a founder of Snag. This guy, Bob Ebbendorf, when he believes in something, he's in a hook, line, and sinker, and with his blessing, he's gonna make things happen, and that's exactly what he did. He brought the show to ECU. He got different collectors to buy various works, and he shook and he moved. And so this is about, what is that, a few weeks into the campaign. It was looking really bad. As you might know, Kickstarter, if you don't make the full amount, you get canned and you lose it all. So wouldn't you know it, Shepard Fairey took it upon himself to bestow us with a post on Facebook about the show. And shortly thereafter, you can kind of see the jump. It was like, oh, Shepard Fairey. You know, as soon as his name's attached to it, it succeeded. It exceeded our goal. We made enough money and we went through with the program and we came out with a book. And part of the show was a competition, which was juried by our team. And Marilyn De Silva won the cover piece, which I think is brilliant, A Bird of Prey. And we made the book and we circulated it and we sold it and we brought it to each venue. And it was done by Erin McManus, who is none other than the wife of the video guy. So she agreed to do this at a greatly reduced rate. There we are signing the book. So this is the show that opened at East Carolina University. This is kind of the idea behind that piece by April Wood. And this is the show that is right next door here, which I'm really proud of. And this is the Rhode Island College team, which I'm even more proud of. They've done a wonderful job, and I actually want to give them all a big hand. Thank you. They kind of took the ball and ran, and I actually didn't do nearly as much as I did for my first show, and they did such a stand-up professional job. I think Sarah Picard wrote a really wonderful beginning piece in the catalog. I hope you all read it. Victoria Gow is the gallery director who made this all happen kind of on the clock really efficiently. And Diane Riley, who I've known for a good long time now, is a wonderful metalsmith and the department head at the moment. Now, Rhode Island College and I have had a long relationship. It's actually how I found my building where my studio is now. I applied for an adjunct job here, and that brought me to this neighborhood, and I found the building. Thanks to Diane Riley, I've met a lot of interns here and enlisted them in my show. Usually, I'd say probably 2 of the people that I've hired as employees have come from here that have been the result of a studio tour. Shingo is a longtime volunteer and helper, as is Gerald. Gerald was in the last show. Shingo is in this show and the last show. Of course, the artists I want to thank for being part of this. We couldn't do it without them. Howie Snyder has been in the show now twice, and he and Peter Tenney, who I thought is really wonderful to tell his story today, very powerful to have a part of this. And Rob Jackson made a little Derringer style gun. He's from Western Massachusetts, sorry. And Billy Theide, whose piece I really like because it is the model of the gun that shot John Lennon, and how appropriate to call it I.M.A.G.I.N.E., and how appropriate to be in the show, and how appropriate for me to be talking about it the day before his birthday. I also like Stefan Gardy's piece, especially because I think it really does speak to part of the problem in this country, and that is the kind of the fine misunderstanding, the fine line between reality and fiction. And I think a lot of our culture is macho gun culture and video games, and a lot of it is learned behavior. And so I think this shows, it's almost like, is it a video screen? Is it phony, or is it a real gun? Oh my God, it's a real gun. When we bring young kids into my studio as a learning experience for a studio tour, they all gather around my disabled guns and they strike cool macho poses with the guns. Like, all right, guys, put the guns down. Let's talk about this. You know, it is very much of our culture. I listen to a lot of hip hop. It's in every other song, you know, about gun this and gun that. The thing that I call upon all of you is to participate, to network, to volunteer, contribute when you can, time or money, vote, whatever it is your opinion. That's what's wonderful about this country is vote. Make your calls, write, march, and make art. This show has taught me that little old me, do nothing me, sit on my hands me can actually go out and be a part of the solution. I try to show up for Moms Demand Action. I try to be the guy that, like I said before, that kind of, I want to be in my life, I want to be a bridge between the two very polar sides of this. I hope that I can be that. I think that's the only way we're going to solve this. I learned how to write letters to the Senate. I've had a lot of mentorship from various people in the community. I opened my studio to different police chiefs and activists and commissioners and public servants, mayors, state reps who are behind, I think, very responsible legislation. Jen Boylan, who was here, who's still here somewhere, who spoke earlier, has kind of taken me under her wing. I think all this is meant to start a conversation. These are some really funny ones that I got. If you can call them funny. My gun is loaded with hollow points and it's not an art piece. I understand your concerns, but I do not agree with this type of conceptual art or any political statement art. Frankly, I'm offended. I'm an artist too, but I create real art, not political statements. Please unsubscribe me. So my goal is to engage somebody like this rather than to just cast them off. My own good friend who's a police officer in Irvine, California, he was talking about, his post is the middle post here. He was talking about gun laws do not work because criminals don't obey laws. Killing people is also illegal, isn't it? Which is actually kind of ironic because to me, a police officer is there to enforce the law. So it sounds like he's not believing that laws can be enforced. My belief is that we need good laws and we need good enforcement. We need laws that make sense to everyone, that are understanding of what the laws are being imposed on, and also understanding of the lack of the laws and the damage that can be done. Moms Demand Action has been a part of every show that I've done recently. They've always come through and done this sort of symposium thing. And thanks to them, I've met Maura Healey, who's Attorney General from Massachusetts. The mayor of Boston came through the show in Boston. This is a snapshot of our symposium in Boston. The guy on the right is Michael Hirsch, who is one of the initial guys who came to me in Pittsburgh to start this whole thing with me. And he came to the opening and is now the kind of the chief trauma surgeon in Worcester. And this is what that symposium looked like. There's Maura Healey. As Jen Boylan pointed out, we can make a difference. Some really sensible, good laws have passed since I've been active here, including the red flag bill, which keeps guns out of domestic violence abusers, which I think is a real logical, sensible gun law. Recently, I think this happened last month before session went out, for maybe a couple months now, is Guns Out of Schools and the Straw Buyer Bill Act. The Straw Buyer Bill Act means that I can't buy a gun if I'm not allowed to. So I'm going to get a friend of mine to buy it and then give it to me. And so that's now out of the loop. Anyway, this panel is about transforming political conversation through art. And this is the panel. And this is Vee Hight and Gemelya Barros. And Halima has not yet. He's in. So I give up my little clicker here and turn over the podium. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Hi. My name is Vee, like the letter. And as Victoria said, I am an alum from Rhode Island College. I studied here for a number of years under Diane. I got to travel with Boris to SNAG. And somehow through all that, I got roped into this. And I was honored, actually, when I first got the email. I was surprised that anybody even thought of me to be part of this. And then I had apprehensions. I had a lot of apprehensions, actually. I reached out to a lot of friends of mine, both other alums I studied here with, fellow gun owners. I am a gun owner. Friends of mine who are anti-gun. And I asked them, what do you think? Do you think I should volunteer to be part of this? Should I even, apply to be part of this? Because I don't know if this is the platform that I should be speaking on. And I don't know if I would be welcome here, because that's sort of how the conversation has gone in this country. As so many people before me have said today, it's so polarized that I don't know if anybody wants to hear from the other side. And I'm not up here to quote statistics, and I'm not up here as an advocate. I'm just up here as an artist and a gun owner. So I wanted to show you my journey in deciding to be part of this. So my name is Vee Hight, obviously. I don't know if this clicker will work with my presentation, but we'll find out. I don't think so, but you can go on the next slide. I don't mind giving you a heads up. So this is some of my work that I think a lot of people would recognize from me. My work is usually pretty aggressive. It's a little rough around the edges. This piece is actually made with broken saw blades and horsehair, rusted wire. You can go on the next slide. Just another example. I deal a lot with uncomfortable situations, which, the topic of gun advocacy, gun policy, gun violence is an uncomfortable situation, but not one I tackled before. So this is my normal work and how I deal with speaking about things that are upsetting. And if you don't mind going to the next slide, dealing with really heavy issues like mental health and depression, dealing with things that I've experienced that are close to me that I feel like need someone to speak up for. That somebody needs to stand up and say, depression is something we need to talk about. Mental health is something we need to talk about. Difficult things need to be talked about. If you don't mind going to the next slide. Things that I struggled with: body image, eating disorders, expectations of women in society. Other pieces I've done have touched upon domestic violence and, religious contentions. Those are things that I felt comfortable talking about. And I always came sort of aggressively to say, this needs to be talked about and this is why. So when I was approached to be part of this, I was like, oh, I'm on the other side right now because I'm not coming aggressively saying we need to talk about this. I'm being asked to speak and I feel like I have to find a way to very clearly state where I'm coming from, because I don't want to make a piece of art that could be misconstrued, which so many other people have talked about today, is once you let something go out of your studio, you can't control what people think about it. And how do I make something, if this is my style of art, that somebody would look at and understand where I'm coming from and not misconstrue what I'm trying to say? If you don't mind going to the next slide. This is the sketch I sent in, which looks nothing like anything else I've showed you today. I went from a very dark, grungy palette with a lot of fluid lines to very graphic. I pretty much pulled a 180 and I was like, this is never gonna fly. It's like, if I want to make sure that people understand what I'm trying to say, I actually literally have to say it. I have to use the English language. I have to put the words in there to emphasize what my meaning is. And I want to express it in a way that is bold, that is eye-catching, and that is going to spark a conversation, because that's what this should do. That's what this day should do. This is what the event should do. So many activists are doing here, is sparking a conversation. And we quote statistics a lot, and we talk about the tragedies a lot, and they have to be talked about, and the grief has to be worked through. But when it comes down to finding a solution, I feel like that conversation always starts about halfway through. In my personal experience, Facebook arguments, everybody's gotten into one of them. You start halfway through, you're already riled up, you're already engaged in something, you've already set your opinions. I know Boris and I have gotten into it on Facebook. And I didn't even realize we were coming from a very similar place because you're already so defensive. And I thought that's really poetic, isn't it? Because as a gun owner and as someone who believes in gun safety, with children in my home, it's only there for defense. And I'm coming on the defensive this time. I'm not coming with something to say. I'm just coming with like, hey, whoa, hold on. Everybody, let's go back to the beginning. Let's start at the beginning. What's the first step to solving this? Because I have so many conversations with people that I care about so deeply, and they'll say to me verbatim, I've never held a gun in my life. I know nothing about firearms. I don't want anything to do with firearms, but I know what we should do about it. Or I don't know what we should do about it, but something needs to be done. And I agree, but how can we decide what needs to be done, and how can we get to a place where we find a solution cohesively if we don't take it back to the beginning and start speaking the same language? So I came up with this. These are the 4 basic rules that every gun owner, responsible gun owner, all caveat, learns. You assume every gun is loaded. You never aim at anything that you don't intend to destroy. You be sure of your target, and you be sure of what's behind it, because these weapons are powerful. And you keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot. We'll just start there. So nobody who sees my piece can go into a conversation and say, I know nothing about guns or gun safety, but I know it should be done. Well, you know something. We know to respect it. We know to be aware of it. It's already in our society. We can't take it out. We can't just erase it. We can't pretend like it never happened. We know that if you're going to be a gun owner, you should be educated. Everybody agrees on that. We have blue card tests. That's actually fairly recent, because I definitely, in my young age, remember when there was no blue card test. You could just go get one because you were a Rhode Island citizen. But now you at least have to do a questionnaire. So you can say, oh, maybe this person doesn't know what they're talking about, and they need some education before we let them own a firearm. And we need the discipline, because it's not somebody else's problem. And I think that there are some people that can go around with their head down and just not be part of the conversation because it's a hard conversation. It's a nerve-wracking conversation. You never know if you're going to say the right thing or the wrong thing. Last night I was talking to my partner and I was like, I don't know if I'm the right person to get up there and say anything about this. I'm not the most educated gun owner. I know there's always more I could learn, but I know enough to be responsible. And I want to share that. So the last thing that I added verbally in the English language to my piece was a label down the side of my gun that says for educational purposes only. Because when I thought about making this, I could not think of a single thing that I could do to this gun that would get my message across without skewing it, without adding some layer of subtlety that could leave room for interpretation. Maybe I was being ironic. No, I'm not being ironic. Maybe I was poking fun at these rules that aren't going to solve anything. Well, they're not going to solve them on their own, but I mean it, that this is the first step to saving people's lives and preventing unnecessary gun violence. And this is for education. Does this piece fit into my body of work visually? No. And that's okay, because I grew from it and I learned from it. And this is more of a teaching tool. Last night, I was driving around getting ready for today, and I asked my partner, do you think I actually made art? And he's like, of course you made art. You're an artist. And I was like, no. Did I make art? Is this even art? Is that the point? He's like, well, you made decisions on how to view it. You made decisions on what to say. I was like, yeah, I guess that's art, but it's so over the top. And he's like, but what's the other option? And I thought about that in like a grander context, because what is the other option? If we don't do this, and if Boris doesn't try and be a bridge between the two sides, and if people don't speak up, and if people don't study the statistics or try to get people into better situations, if we don't go to the first step and say, what do we all need to understand to make a better world? I don't know what we'll do. So I guess it's art, and I guess it's activism in a way. And I guess I'm here because I contribute to this panel. I haven't heard a ton of people come up here and say, oh, I'm a gun owner and I want to share that with you. So I guess that's my role. And I want, hopefully, to leave all of you with a feeling that not every gun owner is irresponsible, and that gun owners also want safety, and gun owners want to stop gun violence as well, because it affects us more than it affects somebody without a gun. We have a lot to lose. It is cultural. It is part of our life in America. And it is part of the conversation between both sides that has become so polarized that if we can all take a step back and start to speak the same language, I think we could all work together. I have a long presentation, but thank you very much for your time.
Hello, I'm Gemelya Barros. Hello, everyone. Thank you for sharing space with me this afternoon, and I appreciate you. The message is important. I wanted to, I'm here today, and I want to say thank you, Boris, for having me. And I wanted to share a little bit about my story. A little difficult. In 2012, my life changed forever from someone with a gun. The murder of my daughter changed my life forever. It also changed my vision on life in all its colors. She was a beautiful girl, very talented nursing student. In 2012, she was sleeping in her home, actually right I.M.A.G.I.N.E.s, which is right up Admiral Street, not too far from here. As I was driving in, my heart was beating so fast because I know that's where her life ended, right up the street. So, but I know that the message is important, and I know that I have to be here. Her life was taken when she was 22. So her life ending just gave me the driving force to say, I'm gonna forever speak for my daughter. Her name was Gemelya Barros. And that night, She falls asleep. She puts her daughter, she has two daughters. I have two granddaughters, 3 and 4. And my son, he was 5 at the time. And she puts them to sleep. She goes to sleep on the couch. Her boyfriend is there. He sees her go to sleep. His friend comes over. He was bored. He said, hey, come on over. His friend arrives at the house from a long shift. So they're there chilling. And Shamika's sleeping right by the doorway. There's a couch. She's sleeping. Someone comes to the door and watch their way in. And I try to say to myself, what happened? What did she do? What did they do? Why? What caused something like this? Well, a bunch of people together real quick, and they decide they're just going to enter people's homes, and that's just what it is. On their way out, 24 shots rang out in the home. And when I say home, it was her home, but it was a 4-room apartment, kitchen, living room, 2 bedrooms, bathroom. 24 shots rang out. And on the way out, they decided to shoot my daughter 5 times in her head. Miraculously, the 3 babies that were in the house that night, they never heard a sound. They're all, my son's 15 now, he'll be 16. My granddaughter is 14, and I'm sorry. My granddaughter, she's 13, and Sanaya is 12. However, they're all growing. And I ask them sometimes, do you remember anything about, and they don't. They say, no, I don't. Through counseling, group counseling, and everything, they say, I don't remember anything. And I feel like that piece helps them grow, and it helps them, by them not seeing what happened that night or remembering, helps them just to progress in life, finish school, have friends, and be productive in the community. I brought someone here with me today, Shai, who's sitting right here. And I brought Shai today because Shai was the one that was in the neighborhood that night that ran in the house to grab these babies out the house. What she did was grab a shirt and put it around each child's head and carry them past all 3 dead bodies. So when I asked Shai to come today, I said, because gun violence even affects the people that show up to help. You never know when you're in a situation where you have to just help. But after helping something so traumatic, you know it's fight or flight, but you just help because it's the right thing to do, right? Not knowing that when the sirens go away and people go away, you're left that night to process it all. Like, what just happened? What happened? Did I just do that? So gun violence in our community affects everyone, even the people that want to help. I remember a time when the grief became so bad that I couldn't even imagine my life without my daughter anymore. When I think of gun sense and gun safety and education and everything is so important. But someone murders your child, you don't think about that. You don't think about, is that person educated? Did they even know how to use the gun? You don't think about that. It's because I'm a mother and I'm screaming and I'm hurting and it's so painful. When you're a mother and you have a baby grow in your stomach and you give birth to that child, it's almost like you want revenge. We're not thinking about the educational piece, but it's important. Having to bury my daughter, I never experienced such deep grief or loss before. All I could think about is the moment when I gave birth to her. I screamed her into this world. And now I have to scream her out when I bury her? It just didn't make sense. She's gone. It's like they just left. All I could think about was just that moment of giving birth to her. But as I buried her, and as the days go by, the grief started to set in. It set me into such a dark place. So here I am in this dark place in my room, just wandering in my house, taking care of the children, of course, because the children came to live with me now. So on top of grief and on top of mourning and on top of pain, I still had to cook, clean, laundry. How am I ever going to be the full mother and grandmother that I'm supposed to be for these babies? I'm so hurt. How do I do that? I remember being in my bedroom window and I would look outside, and grief had me such in a dark place that I couldn't see color anymore. I thought I was literally going colorblind. I would look out the windows, the seasons would change, and I couldn't see the color. I didn't tell anyone at first because I was so embarrassed. Grief will do that to you. As the seasons would change, and it was nothing. Winter would come in, and I couldn't see the white snow. Spring, I couldn't see the vibrant colors bloom, or the vibrant flowers bloom. Summer, I couldn't see the blue waves of the ocean. Autumn, I couldn't see the rays of any yellow sunflowers. It was all gone. I was asked one day to go to Joann's Fabrics in Warwick. And as I roamed down, I was just so heavy in grief, and I just was just there. I just was there just to get out the house. But I remember wandering down the paint aisle, and I said, I'm gonna test this out to see if I opened up the colors just to see if I could see color again. I don't recommend that at all, because if somebody with Joann's Fabrics knows that I was me that opened up all the paint, yes, that was me. But I was so excited to see color again. It was happening. That day, I'll never forget it. And I know it seems odd, but this is my truth. The loss of a child, you'll lose your color. You have to learn all over again. As I opened up the paints, and I just confirmed to myself, I'm not colorblind. I still have something in me. There's something, I'm still here. That was just my body protecting myself from the griefs and the grip of how far I could go so deep down into depression. My body just started to lock up and try to save itself. It's what it was doing. So that day I just grabbed all the different colors that I opened up. I grabbed some canvas, I grabbed brushes, and I went home and I started to paint. No direction, no image. I just started putting paint on the canvas because of a clean white slate. I had enough. I wanted change. I needed to come up out of what I was feeling. So I just pushed it away and I started to paint. And I put color on the canvas and it was working. 2 hours later, I said to myself, wow, I didn't feel any anxiety. My heart wasn't pounding and palpitating. I could breathe. So as I started to continue, I put the music on a little bit and I said, wow, this really works for me. I'm not an artist. I don't paint. But I do now because this feels good. And as I started to paint, I started to let the children do it and they loved it and liked it. So as time started to move on, I said, this will be great for the community. This will be a great way for other mothers and fathers and families that are hurting from trauma of losing their child. How they could, because we're expecting these children to still go to school and do their academics and perform at high levels when their fathers and their mothers were killed. Where is the grief counseling for that? When they go to school, they're expected to do it. And I wanted to be a bridge for that. And I wanted to change that in some sort of a way. Because I know if it worked for me and I seen it work for my children, then I said, hey. And that's where Healing Through Art came about. And as Healing Through Art came about, let's see, we'll go to this slide. This right here is a piece that I did. It's just an abstract piece. It just shows a lot of the purples down low is where how deep that I felt in my denial. Because with grief, I learned that there's 5 stages to grief. And sometimes it doesn't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get to 5 and then you'll get back to 1. You get to 3 and then you're at 4, then you're at 2 again. So it's a process, it's a lifestyle at this point. Healing is a lifestyle. So in this painting here, we associate purple with the color of denial. This is when we're like, no, this didn't happen to my child. This didn't happen to my husband, my wife. This didn't happen. So you're in this phase of not believing that is true. Next slide, please. This here is a painting that I did called Red Rain. And this is all red hues. And this represents the anger. This is stage 2 of the grieving process, where you're just mad. Now you want to retaliate. You got the anger, you got the stress, and you just want to put it somewhere. So that piece right there is Red Rain. And Red Rain is actually at the Nonviolence Institute, and I'll talk a little bit about that in the end. Next slide, please. Stage 3 of grief is depression. And that's when you want to isolate yourself. That's when you don't want to talk to no one. You don't want to be around anyone. You don't want to go to any other family events or the things that you're used to going to, because when you see other people's children play or another person's 23rd birthday, like I was expecting for my child, it hurts. I'm happy for them, but it hurts because I never got to see that. We were actually planning Shamika's 23rd birthday, and she didn't get to do it. This is stage 4, and this is the bargaining stage. This is Black. This is the stage where you're like, well, maybe if I did this right, maybe if I did this, maybe if I called her, maybe if I had her sleep over my house, maybe if I shouldn't have had the children there that night. Maybe there's something she could have did, or her boyfriend could have did, or his friend, I don't know. But you go through all these emotions of the wish, the woulda, coulda, should, and all it does is just put more depression and blame on yourself. And finally, stage 5 is to the point where you start to accept. And slowly that starts to happen. As you start to reassociate yourself with the things that you used to love, and the people that love you and the support that you get from the community and other gun violence advocates. Green is that color. So in this painting here, you'll see the green, but you'll see the brown, because I'm forever healing. It's not always gonna be just green and flowers and pretty all the time. This is hard work that we're doing. Advocacy and gun violence. Advocacy is it's hard work and it's taxing, especially a mom like me. I'm still trying to find like a silver lining or a balance in this. Oh, I miss my daughter so much. Is anyone parents here? I never expected to show at my house. I never expected someone with a gun would violate our family so bad. But here we are. And as of right now, and as I start to heal, going back to my original statement is about healing through art. I found art as a way to heal. I found art as a way to stand up again. I found art as a way of advocacy for the healing that we need to do. See, there's gun laws and there's gun education. But there's so many people that are just broken and traumatized. And the children, if we're gonna leave this world to them, where we're at right now, this doesn't look good, but I have hope. I have hope that if we all come together collectively, and bring some sort of, everyone come to the table because we all can't do it one person. Everyone in this room has something that they can offer. Everyone is affected by gun violence. Everyone. You don't have to know someone directly. Your child might know someone. So at that point, we need to start healing because we are a people. We're Americans. Black, white, brown. In my daughter's case, my daughter's Black Cape Verdean. She's Cape Verdean. Her boyfriend is white. His friend that came over, he's Spanish, Latino. In my case, I speak for all of us. Those were all someone's babies. I speak for all of us. It's not one person's issue. We're all mothers, we're all fathers, we're all aunties, we're all uncles, and we have a voice and we're strong. We remember what it was like when we were young. We had a fight, We're at the point where their kids are having a fight, they're pulling a gun on each other. Making a permanent decision off of a temporary emotion. And then when they say, oh man, what did I do? It's too late. Because there's no eraser on a gun. But when you hold that gun out, you're also holding it to yourself. Because then you take yourself away from your family, your loved ones. You're going to jail. You're going to get locked up. And then not only that, but you're gonna live forever with the conviction in your spirit of what you've done. Even if they're walking around and they're just like very macho about it, we know as you get older, as we start to think about the things that we've done in our past, it starts to eat us. We gotta make it right. So before they have big regrets, before they take someone's life, we have to fight for them and show them how. Unfortunately, we have to show them how. The old school way we grew up, we have to bring some of those values back with a new twist on things. It's okay to resolve conflict with your words. It's okay. It's okay to not like someone right now. We'll change later. It's okay. So I say all of this today just to, and I share my story, because whether you know it or not, and you came to this show and to this event just to hear the artists, see some of the work that's displayed today, or support Boris and the rest of the artists, you too are forever changed by the words and what was spoke today. And that too, just like myself, that too is transformation for you as well. So when you leave here today, remember each artist, because something transformational happened in this room today. Whether you see it right now, or when you go home and you think about it tonight. Maybe you want to get involved. Maybe you want to create art. Maybe you want to contact Boris. Maybe you want to get involved in some sort of a way. Volunteer, help these other youth and these children. So if your heart is pulled today by anything that I've said, please think about it and reach out, because something's pulling on your heart that you want to, and we need you. Don't ever think that you don't have a voice, or that if you wasn't directly affected by gun violence, that we don't need you, because we need you. It takes a village. Black and brown kids are killing each other all over Providence. The school shooting in Texas, he got into a fight, supposedly. He was being bullied, but he got a gun. He was going to end everyone's. That's a big, we need something. Something's there. Something's missing. You got to find out what that is. Because that's a big extreme, just to want to end someone's life. I wanted to finish up today, if you don't mind. I brought some things with me, some things that I use, and because this is a metal show, and I brought some of the tools that I actually use when I'm painting my abstracts. And I use plaster. I use all kinds of recyclable materials, anything, anything like, I've used tar, I've used cement, I've used everything. So I wanted to just show you guys a little couple of things. These handy dandy parachute. So these are some of the tools that I use to create each piece. They're all in different shapes, they're metal. They all do like different little funky things on the canvas. It's pretty cool. And it just creates different grooves and different textures. One thing about my paintings and my abstracts, I like to do abstracts, small ones, but my favorite is anywhere from like 48 by 60, so pretty big, or even walls. And these are some other ones that I have here. And I've used these guys right here. These are for like cutting soap. When you have like, when someone has like a soap business or candles, I use these to scrape the paint and the plaster on the canvas. So I wanted to just show you some of the tools that I use. And I wanted to say thank you very much for allowing me to share my story. I have a program called Healing Through Art, where when I found out things was all right for me to bring out to the community, and I'm trying to get children to express themselves and use art as a form to say things that they really can't say sometimes. So on that note, I want to say thank you, Boris, thank you. for having me, and I appreciate you all. Thank you so much.
Waving. Okay. So hi, my name is Halima Ibrahim. I first want to start off by thanking Jem so much for your powerful, the powerful and such raw presentation. And thank you, Sarah, for having me here speak and inviting me here to speak and share my own experience and my own work. This is sad that I can't be with you today. I'm actually not in Rhode Island right now, though I do live in Rhode Island. I'm currently studying at Stanford University, so I am in California right now. Kind of just a basic introduction to who I am, kind of my journey, both academically and artistically. So I just graduated from the Community College of Rhode Island, focusing in studio art and art history. And now I transferred to the Stanford University in the fall. This is my first quarter here. My focus within art history is post-Arab Spring Egyptian art. That was very much triggered by my own personal experience living in Egypt during the Arab Spring. I like to say I was a child when it happened. I was 8 years old, and witnessing the first kind of this revolution that I didn't understand. And as I grew older, art became a form of expression and a form of a way to process my trauma. And as I would go back and forth between Egypt and here, just vacation to visit my family, I'd notice the art, the murals and graffiti that showed up all across Cairo and all across my neighborhoods, and really wanting to know what it meant, but not being able to because I didn't read Arabic. I didn't understand what the revolution was for or anything. So as I grew older and grew into being an artist, and then discovering art history, I really used art history as a way in my research to contribute to the movement that I was too young to understand. And through my research and through kind of writing the history that is still being formed, and memorializing the artists, I'm contributing to something that I couldn't as a kid. However, that was not why I was asked to be here today. I actually serve as the Rhode Island Youth Poetry Ambassador. Poetry has been my main medium of expression for activism, as well as processing my own trauma. I started performing in 2018 after the Parkland shooting happened, February 14th, 2018, that sparked the March for Our Lives movement. I was asked to speak at, I got the opportunity to speak at our local March for Our Lives rally. And I performed a poem called Wake Up, expressing my frustration being a high school student, and not feeling protected and safe in schools. And that kind of created a name for myself, not only in poetry, but also within activism. And I continued for 2 years afterwards, working with both March for Our Lives and also the Rhode Island Coalition Against Gun Violence, alongside Moms Demand Action, to advocate and fight for safer schools, as well as better gun control laws. As soon as I started community college, I did step out of activism, because I realized that because of my trauma during the Arab Spring and coming out of that, and really only seeing revolution as this super violent thing. Activism and gun violence specifically really started really over time was affecting my mental health, and I decided I needed to step back. Focus on my school, focus on myself, and process some of that overlying the trigger that I have with activism. I while I was doing the work, a few people had recognized me as a victim of gun violence, and I never really put the name on myself or didn't know if I was allowed to, because I hadn't experienced gun violence in the U.S. and under the conditions that I was fighting to prevent. However, as I grew older, and after stepping back from activism, I realized how much more the gun violence really affected me in my in my past life. My family still lives in Egypt. It was just my parents and my sister and I who left. We evacuated 10 days after the start of the revolution. But my family was unable to leave because of social class, because they don't have visas. They don't have. They weren't able to get visas, and we weren't able to get them visas, so they stayed. Though they weren't active in the revolution, and they knew to stay away from the protests and stay away from the police and all the violence. However, in the summer of 2013, amidst the second uprising in Cairo, my cousin Syed was shot and killed by a sniper in the middle of the street. He was on his way shopping for his daughter's baby shower when a riot broke out, and he only stepped into the street in order to tell these children that were playing to go home and make sure that they were safe. And so coming from growing up and realizing how much that that having that being my experience that I grew up with, and then stepping into gun violence activism, really it hit more close to home than I initially realized it did. And though I am grateful for all of the work that I was able to do and was able to help with the Rhode Island gun violence activism, gun violence awareness, and gun control activism groups in Rhode Island, I'm also very grateful that I was able to step back and take care of myself and be able to process that more. The art that I study and also create is focusing or related to the art of the Arab Spring is all about mourning and memorializing what we have lost collectively, which includes a lot of the Egypt's main media, a medium that that erupted after the revolution was street art and murals, a lot of which depicted community members who were either killed or beaten, children whose lives were lost in the crossfire, and all of which that I witnessed either out my window or on the TV, and which also goes into my poetry as well. I wasn't planning to read a poem. However, while Jem was talking, I a poem kept going through my head that I felt was really important to share, and I think that would really add to our discussion and our work as well. This one is specific. They're a set of 2 poems that I like to put together that kind of process my my trauma coming back from the revolution, and also kind of the childhood that I lost because of that. I was heavily touched by when you were talking about your grandchildren not being able to remember anything, and how grateful and blessed I am that they were able to do that, because as a kid who did witness such violence, that is such a great gift and miracle to be able to carry through as they grow up. And so here I'll start my poem, and then afterward, I guess that'll be all that I have to share for you. But this one's called Brass. So. Our river flows from south to north, feet first, right foot forward. We step into the tide, and our blood is washed off our feet, flows north up the river, stains the waters red, and it becomes the sea. The river is mother to our country, and our country, mother of our world. Once upon a dusty winter evening, the crowd sings a song of rebellion, while tear gas circulates among their chants. The lyrics make their way up. My family can drink from the tap without being poisoned by the river, can sing with the crowds without being burned. To love a country that doesn't love you is to let yourself burn, drown in tear gas poisoned waters, stained with a blood-colored gold. I still wait for the missile to drop every time an airplane passes above my house. 9 years is too long of a wait, but I still can't convince myself they're not coming. And when the bombs drop, who am I to say that I wasn't wishing for them? For a way out, for this constant war to end. And when the bombs drop, who am I to say that they haven't already? That I haven't been living in ashes? My heart is among the rubble. I can't hear it beating. My eyes are my only proof I'm still alive. All I see are white flags soaked in blood, and isn't that adulthood? Stepping further into a fog of gunpowder dust is the only acceptable way to bandage a wound, because in the cloud of gray you can almost ignore the red. My pain is the only proof I'm still alive. My heart is among the rubble, along with the body of a child I never got to be. What does a child carry in their eyes if it's not a clock counting down the minutes until they witness true pain for the first time? And when the bombs drop, where does that innocence go? Thank you. Those were the 2 poems. Again, thank you so much for having me speak. Apologize if it was not as long or as elaborate as I hoped. I've been very busy with schoolwork. But again, thank you so much for having me and putting this amazing event together.
So much, Halima. And I just want to one more big round of applause, because I feel like this last panel was just really incredibly moving. So thank you to all of our panelists. We don't have a lot of time for Q&A, so I'm going to jump straight into audience questions. Does anybody have anything that they want to ask, or do any of the panelists have anything that they want to ask each other? Okay, maybe I will jump into some organizer questions then. I have a question, which is, I so deeply feel that all of these panelists are using art as a healing medium, as something to work through either questions about polarity in today's society, or violence in today's society, or tragedy in your own lives. What do you want other people to take away from your artwork? Boris?
Well, first of all, I want to thank the speakers for this session. Each of them has a certain kind of bravery that they showed by coming here and sharing their stories. Vee, you felt like you were in the lion's den. I don't think you should feel that way. I think that is exactly how we're going to solve this, is if we can all sit together in the same room and kind of talk about it and listen to each other. So the question is, what do I hope that people take away from this? Action. I hope that people come up, it's like a poem that we just heard. Everybody comes up with their own definition of that poem. If you see an artwork, I thought it was interesting that Vee said, I'm not sure if this is artwork, but it's what I made. You know what? It is artwork. It is what you made. Look at Jenny Holzer with her, word art. Art is the intent. The intent is that you were creating to convey a message. And I think that's what every piece of artwork in the show is about. And what I hope is that you can't possibly process all this in, a day or a week or a month. I mean, this is the fact that you're all here or listening or wherever you are participating, going to see the show. I think you will take away this moment, these thoughts, and you will process it over the course of whatever, your lifetime. And you won't forget coming here, because the works are compelling and they're powerful. The object is a powerful icon. And I think you'll take this in your head and hopefully to a conversation near you and put your spin on it. And hopefully we'll see you, helping us to add your spin to resolve some of the issues that are so many issues still outstanding. That's my hope.
I hope that people maybe on the other side of the aisle from me can see that gun owners can be a really valuable part of this conversation, and that people who own guns in America could be a great asset to solving the problem. But with the way the conversation has gone for so many years, it's become an us versus them. And it shouldn't be an us versus them. It should be America as a community solving a problem. And you never know who you're talking to that is a gun owner. A lot of people look at me and assume that I'm not a gun owner. I'm a woman, I'm gay, I'm an artist, and people assume, well, you must be on my side. And I'm like, I'm on your side, but I'm also a gun owner. And I'm trying to help you learn so that you can take the message and help you part of the solution. I don't know if I accomplished it, but I hope I did, because we won't solve this with one side. We're only going to be able to solve this the other by understanding each other and having the patience to listen and to learn. Yeah, and I don't just mean the artwork from today's exhibition, but your art practice, your way of living through art.
I wanted to also add, you get it, you get that. And I encourage you to do more of what you did today, because something transformed in you. So if you could keep doing that to teach and bring the two sides, let's do it. Okay, let's do it. You did accomplish that today. Thank you. I just wanted to add again, what Boris said. So maybe we'll see some of you back here at another show that Boris had. So when you leave today, and again, I said, when you leave, and if you feel that conviction in your heart that you want to do something, that means that you will transform today to help. We need you in some way. So when I encourage you to keep creating, make art. Art is healing. Art is a way out. Art is a way to lift yourself up and out, as I do. Thank you.
Halima, what about your poetry and your artistic practice in your everyday life?
Yeah, so I agree with all what the panelists said. I really art and poetry for me have really been about healing, but also about not hiding from my trauma, not hiding from things that have hurt me, or things that I may not necessarily want to carry with me. And I think especially being 19 and kind of barely stepping into adulthood yet, and for the most part being surrounded by other people my age. It's really important nowadays, and especially in my generation, to be able to express yourself, express yourself in a way that is healthy, and that's not going to be harmful to yourself and not harmful to others. And part of my job as youth poet laureate is to show other students in Rhode Island that is possible, that there is a way that we can get through things and heal from things that are not going to be self-destructive to us or to others around us, and that can actually turn into something very beautiful. I always say that I follow the kind of belief that God is going to protect me from any unnecessary trauma, and the traumas that I do experience is something that I need to experience in order to grow from it. And if I look back on my life, and even though I feel like I lost my childhood because of the trauma, I also can't imagine myself being where I am, and as strong and successful and kind of happy with myself as I am, if I didn't go through that. And I feel like art is a very good way that we can get to that point of self-acceptance, of like, okay, I went through this. It didn't define me, but I can absolutely grow from this and look back at it and being like, I understand that this was supposed to be a crucial thing that I have to go to in order to move forward. But
I'm also curious, sort of to bring it back to our theme of transforming political conversations through art. What's next? What's your next step in your political process? You know, and Halima, I'm going to start with you, just because you're at the very, very beginning of your career. You know, you have so many years ahead of you. What's next for you? What's your next political action?
yeah, so really interesting, because at the start of this meeting, I got an email saying that I got an interview for Stanford's Institute of Diversity Through Arts, which is a fellowship for students of color, and students of minority, that sponsors a art project, or a body of work over the course of a year, that is about something that's really important to them, or either a political action or anything like that. So that was a cool surprise to get as I was jumping into the Zoom meeting. So hopefully that the interview goes well, and I can join that student fellowship. In terms of my other stuff, this is, again, like I said, this is very much the beginning of my this is the beginning of my career, beginning of my this leg of my education journey. I did start some of my art history research at the Community College of Rhode. However, resources were very limited, so I'm very grateful to be able to be in a place that I have access to the as many resources as possible. In the long run, my goals are a few things. One, I really want to write, research, interview, and kind of form a basis of what post-Arab Spring Egyptian art and history is going to look like, but also in terms of activism in the art world. Another thing that's really important to me is, especially being an Egyptian myself, is reclaiming these stolen artifacts that are in Europe, across Europe, the ancient artifacts from Egypt that places like the British Museum and Germany with the Nefertiti bust are refusing to give us back, and that's something that I really want to be able to do as an art historian. But the future is full of unknowns, and I'm just trying any opportunity and any and my passions and passions for specific topics within political activism changes based on what I go through and what the world is going through. So it's really interesting to see not only my work evolve, but how the political sphere is going to evolve within the decade or two as well.
So my work has brought me to another journey in my life. So I'm grateful for that. And I'm currently looking for an actual space, like an art space. I took some of my own money and I bought 500 easels. So I can service children from anywhere from 1 student to 500 or a group. I even got the headpiece to go along with it. Like I'm doing things, you know what I mean? I feel very proud of that. But I took my own money and I saved, and I got a few easels at a time. Just a bulk of them. Then I saved money and I got another bulk. Because there's not always money up there. There's not always grants, and no one's showing up at my door saying, hey, you need some more cash. It's not happening. So currently right now, I'm looking for an art space in Providence locally that we can get some of these children, teens, and parents with their children to learn about de-escalation measures and stuff like that, so we can start learning through art and healing through art is what I'm trying to do, heal some of our community.
Okay. I don't really consider myself a political activist. I've definitely been involved in political activism over my years. As a youth, I did the Day of Silence to promote awareness of gay rights and gay violence at the time. But at this point, I'm a parent, and I feel like the biggest form of activism I have right now is to teach my kids, and so that they can carry this message forward and that they can become productive members of society. And also being part of this has made me rethink my art and whether or not I'm actually as overt as I thought I was in my work. Before doing this, I always thought I was so obvious in what I was saying. Now I'm like, no, say it louder. And I think that's a message that is going to carry me forward a lot more, just to say what I have to say a little bit louder, even if it's scary. I fully believe parenting is a form of activism. Thank you. Thank you very much. Another generation. Boris?
Yeah, well, it's it's my hope. I mean, this is kind of late in my journey. I'd say 20 some, 5 years into it. I would say that my direction is really through everyone and everybody who's involved here today. My hope is that we all, do kind of what Scott's done with One Gun Gone, is that we're all able to, I hope to be the seed for someone else's, plant, so that the spores can go around and somebody can grab it and say, wait a minute, I want some guns. I get this all the time. Hey, Boris, you have a bunch of guns. I have this great artwork I want to make. And I tell them, I could give you the guns, yeah, but that's not what this is about. This is actually about involvement. You need to get involved with your local government, your local organizations, your local police department, get involved, and you start from the ground up. And that is how you're not only educating who you're working with, but educating yourself. And it's my hope that this carries forward. For me, who knows, maybe another one down the road. I still have a few guns left. But this is, I'm going to take a break from this for a little bit. I feel really happy about where this is, this has gone today and this month and with Rhode Island College. And for that, I'm really grateful. And I think education is a huge key for, if you call it both sides of the aisle, then so be it. I think that we need to get off of damn Facebook arguments. So much garbage gets thrown at each other because you can be real brave on Facebook, but get us all in a room like this and oh my God, we're all getting along. We're all, we're talking. We're not just like shooting little darts at each other on Facebook. I think that's one of the big divisions in this country, is that we just forgot how to talk to each other. So anyway, that's my hope, that we learn to do that. Education, communication.
I think that's a great place to end, education and communication. So thank you for all of our attendees, both in person and virtual. Thank you to all of our panelists for participating today. Thank you to my co-organizers, Boris, Professor Diane Riley, Professor Sarah Picard. Thank you to the AV team and our events management.
And thank you,
team.
Victoria.
Yeah. And the exhibition Rhode Island Imagines Peace will be on view in Bannister Gallery up through October 29th. You can find out on our website, www.ric.edu/Bannister, which is BANNISTER. You can find out on our website all the ways you can interact with the show virtually. You can come see the show in person. You can register to visit the show if you're coming from off campus, and make sure to try and swing by and see it in some way or another.
I have a question. Is it going to travel?
Is it going to try? We're hoping, but we don't know yet.
So we're looking?
We're looking.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.